Happy Diwali. It's a time of celebrating good and light, and I'm happy to be chairing the session today and this morning. So today's topic is health technology risk and quality, and I believe this topic is very critical in health technology management. It's critical in the sense that the issues that surround quality, safety, and risk impact on patient outcomes. And they directly also impact on biomedical staff performance. So I'm quite excited to be chairing this discussion where we can dig deep and understand how can we reduce the risks and improve health outcomes for our patients that we serve. So today we'll have a number of presenters. We'll start with a presentation from Athanasia Kalupsoglu, Aris Damitakazis, Nicholas Palikarikis from Greece, and they'll be sharing with us how they've implemented a web application for medical devices classification. Once the devices are properly classified, it helps improve the safety of these devices. So let us welcome these presenters to share with us this abstract. Thank you.
And I'm going to present you the study that was conducted by the Medical Equipment Management Unit of the Institute of Biomedical Technology in Greece in collaboration with the Biomedical Technology Unit at the University of Patras in Greece. We are proposing a web application that classifies medical devices using European Medical Device Regulation risk categories. We will begin with a discussion of terminology and relevant facts. Following that, we'll delve into our web application implementation. Next, we'll address the resolved issues, and finally, we'll talk about additional features and future integration and enhancements. So without further ado, let's proceed to medical devices definition. A medical device can be any instrument, apparatus, implement, machine, appliance, implant, reagent, or in vitro use, software, material, or other similar or related article intended by the manufacturer to be used alone or in combination for a medical purpose. Today, there are an estimated 2 million different kinds of medical devices on the world market, categorized into more than 7,000 generic devices groups. So I think we can all agree that medical devices play a crucial role in healthcare, yet their choice, regulation, and utilization present significant challenges. Therefore, within the European Union, medical devices are under regulations that have the goal of safeguarding the health and safety of patients, as well as users of medical technology products. That is achieved by a set of regulations known as MDR. There are 4 main principles that MDR stipulates. That first, medical device must not comprise a clinical condition or safety of patients. Second, medical devices must not present any risk to the people implanting them, nor to others. Third, devices must perform as intended by the manufacturer. And last, devices must be designed to withstand storage and transportation conditions. The European Union Medical Device Regulation employs a risk-based system to categorize medical devices in use, considering both the vulnerability of the human body and the potential hazards linked to the devices. Classification is determined using a set of criteria that can be combined in a variety of ways, and they are related with the degree of invasiveness, the part of the body affected, and the duration of the use. So in the European Union, medical devices are classified according to risk and divided into Class 1, low risk, Class 2A and Class 2B for medium risk, and Class 3 for high risk. Our study proposes a web application that classifies medical devices using European medical device regulation with categories. The application is implemented by using the 3 main languages for a web application. This ensures a solid and maintainable code base, improving that functionality. We use JavaScript as per the logic of application, we use HTML as per the structure of web application, and CSS for the graphic design of the elements. So let's proceed to the application overview. The user interaction is achieved via answering the quiz. After answering the necessary questions, the class of the device is determined. Here we can see a demo of our application. Medical terminology computer C, delicate rules handling, regulatory adaptations, and user interface design aspects are addressed in the application. These applications benefit anyone with an interest in medical device classification, regardless of their personal and professional background. The user, by answering linked questions based on MDR, can categorize the device efficiently. This app designed with a focus on user interface and user experience principles. Intuitive and user-friendly design concepts have been implemented to enhance usability. Its elegant and minimalist user interface design improves user readability. The application's simplicity and homogeneity make responding to questions easy. The design remains consistent and visually appealing. The application uses responsiveness, responding fluently to multiple devices. This enhancement optimizes the application's display and usability across devices, improving the user's experience. As for the user actions, we try to minimize their complexity. The user executes minimal number of actions, and we try also to reduce the user's memory load, so the user does not have to remember information from one part of the application to another. Some of the application features that distinguish the application of other relevant are its proficiency in specific medical terminology. Our web application is developed to ensure a thorough understanding of the medical terminology required by the European Union Directive. It enables compliance with regulatory requirements, ensuring accurate device categorization, and makes it easy for the user to use it after a few clicks, so the user can obtain the device specification results. Also, rule analysis, constraint propagation, and targeted query correlation were used to handle the non-mutual exclusive nature of regulations effectively. Lastly, this app is developed with adaptability in mind. Easily adjustable to prospective regulatory changes, allowing for effortless incorporation of new laws without major disruptions, ensuring the application remains up to date. Before we finish, I would like to present you some additional features that can be added in the future. The development of a more compact rule set, it could be one of them. There is still room for developing a more streamlined and interrelated set of rules, making the application more efficient. Also, the real-time synchronization with the regulatory updates can ensure that the app stays compliant effortlessly. Incorporating practical examples can be another feature. The application will be enhanced and the better understanding and usability will be achieved. Our study emphasizes the importance of accurate device classification and the role of a well-designed application in regulatory compliance and user-friendliness. The evaluation of medical equipment and its classification to ensure safety and effectiveness is a matter of paramount importance. Thank you. If you have any comments, please do not hesitate to contact.
Yes, thank you, Thanasia, for that presentation. I can count how many times I've needed a web application to help the health facility administrators that I work with to get access to medical devices and the regulations that they comply to. It would help solve a number of issues when it comes to procurement of these devices. I'm very happy that we are taking strides to address this problem with accessibility to information on medical devices and their regulations. Our next presentation is from Bao Li, Yongmin Sheng, Siwei Jiang, and Kung Zhen. They'll be sharing with us the outcomes of a study that compares the performance test of reusable patient circuits and non-reusable patient circuits for ventilators. And this study was done in the Children's Hospital in Zhejiang University School of Medicine, National Clinical Research Center for Health. Let's welcome them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fang, and I come from Zhejiang University School of Medicine. And our hospital is a national clinical research center for child health. I'm honored and very pleased invited by the Congress and share our work with colleagues across the world. The topic I want to share today is performance comparison of reusable patient circuits and disposable patient circuits for ventilator. In this project, our team includes Deng Heng, Shen Yunming, Xia Ziwei, and me. We are all colleagues in the clinical engineering department at the hospital. We know two kinds of ventilator patient circuits are used widely in clinical routine, namely reusable patient circuits and disposable patient circuits. The reusable patient circuits is the reusable silicone thread pipe, and disposable patient circuits is a PVC material thread pipe. The reusable silicone circuits, after a long time of repeated disinfection, will appear aging, air leakage, damage, and other problems. And the repeated use is more likely to cause cross-infection between patients. The disposable patient circuits feature lightweight, long-length, transparent body, not easy to twist. Therefore, clinic preference is to use disposable patient circuits. But are they providing the same performance in clinical application? This is our question. So, the goal of the project is to compare the performance of reusable patient circuits and the disposable patient circuits on ventilator. Although both patient circuits are registered products and can be used in theory, we still want to verify it again. Finally, the performance test results show these two patient circuits can be used interchangeably. Methods we used. Fluke VT900 air flow analyzer is used in our hospital for ventilator quality control, which can detect a variety of airflow parameters, including tidal volume, respiratory rate, oxygen absorption concentration, LVP pressure, and airway pressure, and other indicators. The analyzer itself is calibrated and within validity period. Then 30 ventilators were randomly selected, new reusable patient circuits and disposable patient circuits suitable for children of 15 to 30 kilograms were used, and the quality control data was recorded. Then paired t-test method was used to analyze whether the difference of performance test between two circuits was significant. The paired t-test is essentially a single sample t-test. First, the difference is calculated according to the pairing. That is, for each ventilator, quality control rates of reusable patient circuits are subtracted from quality control rates of disposable patient circuits to obtain pairing difference XN as shown in Formula 1 is this. Then calculate the mean value and same standard deviation S. of the paired difference as shown in Formula 2 is this, and Formula 3 is this. Finally, the Formula 2 and 3 are substituted into the Formula 4 to construct the T statistic. Finally, look at the tape to obtain the p-value and calculate the confidence interval NCI of the pairing difference as shown in Formula 5. NCI. Now, let's look at the results of the quality control. The first is tidal volume. Under the conditions of VCV mode, and with these parameters, F and I2E and P, oxygen concentration. Two kinds of circuits were used to test calibration points as of tidal volume, such as 50, 100, 150, 200, and 300 milliliter respectively. We can see for tidal volume is 200 and 300 milliliter. Confidence interval of paired difference are across the 0 scale 9. This line is the 0 scale 9, indicating that the use of the usable patient circuits and the disposable patient circuits has no difference. But for the tidal volume is 50, 100, and 150 milliliter. The confidence interval of paired difference is about the 0 scale 9. That is, the test value of the usable patient circuits is significantly 1 to 2 milliliter higher than that of disposable patient circuits, accounting for 2 to 3%, which is within the allowed range of tidal volume error. The second is the result of end airway pressure. Under the conditions of VCV mode and with these parameters, VT, F, I2E, and oxygen concentration, two kinds of circuits were used to test the end airway pressure calibration points such as 2, 5, 10, 15, and 20 millibar respectively. Confidence interval of the paired difference is across 0 scale 9. This is 0 scale 9, across the 0 scale 9. That is to say, there is no statistically significant difference in the end airway pressure measured by reusable patient circuits and disposable circuits. And the average, this is the average difference between the two circuits measured end airway pressure is about 0.02 millibar, which is very, very small. The third is the result of the peak airway pressure under the conditions of PCV mode with these parameters F, I2E, P, and oxygen concentration. Two kinds of circuits were used to test the calibration points of airway peak pressure, such as 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30 millibar respectively. Confidence interval of PEP difference we can see is all about the 0 scale 9. This is the scale. This is a 0 scale 9. That is to see the airway peak pressure of reusable patient circuits is significantly higher than that of disposable patient circuits, which indicates that the seeming performance of reusable patient circuits is better than that of disposable patient circuits. For airway peak pressure, reusable patient circuits were significantly higher than disposable patient circuits, but the difference, average difference is very small, too, only about 0.2 millibar, accounting for 1 to 2% within the error range, which did not affect the quality control results. we can see that both reusable patient circuits and disposable patient circuits performance similar in the test. For respiratory rate, tide volume, and end airway pressure, there were no statistically significant difference between the two kinds of circuits. But for airway peak pressure, reusable patient circuits were significantly higher than disposable patient circuits, but the difference was very small, only about 0.2 millibar. The average difference is 0.2 millibar, accounting for 1 to 2% within the error range, which did not affect the quality control results. Discussion. Yang Chouyue et al. Found that the treatment effect of disposable patient circuits of non-invasive ventilator was significantly better than that of the usable patient circuits, and could significantly reduce the dosing workload, which was reflected in that the number of calls to dosing staff, the amount of humidification fluid used, and the number of suction times of the disposable patient circuits group was significantly lower than that of reusable patient circuits group. Xiao et al. Also found that the disposable circuit system could reduce the workload of ventilator circuits care, reduce the viscosity of airway sputum, and reduce the incidence of ventilator-related pneumonia, which is worthy of widespread clinical application. In this project, we simulate the response of our test done to two kinds of circuits, which has some limitations also. For example, in complex cases, especially in young infants, for evaluation is needed to better realize the components of circuits to the function of the relevant ventilation models, especially the tide volume composition for small babies. Also, the advantages of disposable circuits in clinical treatment effect also need to be further verified by subsequent multi-dimensional analysis, especially for the study of clinical treatment effect in neonates. Yes, that's what we will do in the near future. This is my email and address. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. It's good to get insight on whether there are significant differences between the reusable and the non-reusable patient circuits, and it's comforting to hear that there are not very many huge differences, because where I come from, the non-reusable patient circuits are also reused very many times until they are leaking, because the cost of patient circuits is very expensive for the hospitals to afford. So getting reusable patient circuits can help save costs and, of course, impact on patient quality of care. Our next presenter is he will be sharing the role of biomedical and clinical engineers and medical physicists in the field of radiotheranostics. I would like to invite Kari Boras with Radiological Physics and Health Services from Washington, D.C., to share about the potential role of these cadres in radiotheranostics. I'm curious to learn about this.
My name is Kari Boras, and I am talking to you from Washington, D.C. in the United States. I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Today, we are going to speak about a subject which I hope it is of your great interest. it is about the potential role of medical physicists and biomedical clinical engineers in radiotheranostics. And the very first thing that one wonders is, what are we going to do and why is this important to us? Because both medical physicists and biomedical engineers or clinical engineers are very involved in emerging technologies. So why is that our involvement in radiotheranostics is minimal? And we know by now that the application of this field in clinical care really is helping a lot of cancer patients. Let's start by defining what is radiotheranostics. According to Professor Del Bailey, it's a term that is attributed to an American, John Funkhauser, in 1998. It comes from therapy, theranostics, and diagnostics. Radiotheranostics is the pairing of radiolabeled diagnostic biomarkers with radiolabeled therapeutic agents that share a specific target in disease cells or tissues. Now, it may involve radionuclides as radiotracers or radiolabeled biological molecules, which we call radiopharmaceuticals. What is interesting is that these pairs don't have to be the same radionuclide. And we are going to see several examples. For example, these are very common targets in pharmaceuticals. This comes from a very interesting summary article in 2022, where you have here a list of the therapeutic radionuclides and which imaging pair they use, what are their targets, how are the pharmaceuticals that have been prepared, and what clinical applications they have. And then, of course, I realized that it is impossible for you to read that while listening to me. But just remember that one of the most common nuclides in therapy now is lutetium-177, also actinium-225, and a lot of yttrium-90. What is that we are trying to aim in this presentation? Well, what we want to do is to see what we both can do, but together with other professionals such as radiochemists, radiopharmacists, and nuclear medicine physicians with whom we do have to interact, because this field requires a very well coordinated team. And at the end, what we want to improve cancer care is to develop individualized, patient-specific imaging and therapy protocols that will eventually result in improved patient outcome. Let's look at what are the roles that we, both medical physicists and biomedical engineers, can have in this field of radiotheranostics. And of course, we will examine one at a time. Let's start with searching for new radiotheranostics agents. I am very grateful again to Professor Bailey for supplying this slide where we see what particles he suggests for theranostics. For beta-minus, examples is the lutetium-177. We already know iodine-131. Alpha particles, we talked before about actinium-225. Radium-223 is very much used. Auger electrons, indium-111 and iodine-125 have been used, and there are other potential ones like iodine-123. Right now we don't use positrons, but it is possible for candidates that we have copper-6164, zirconium-89, iodine-124, and I have added to the list astatine-211 because this is how I did my doctoral thesis 50 years ago. From Dr. Jadwar in 2021, here are some current in the United States oncologic theranostic agents. And again, I don't want to go into detail, but the slides will be available to you if you are interested. You treat thyroid, lymphomas, liver tumors, neuroendocrine tumors here, very, very important clinical applications. The next thing that we can be involved in is the radionuclide production itself. This is the radionuclide, and then we can make the radionuclide pharmaceutical with a cyclotron. For example, myostatin was done with a reaction of 2009 bismuth alpha-2N to astatine-211. They can be just a natural decay, or you can do an activation in a reactor, for example. You can have in the cyclotron not just alpha beams, but also proton beams. And again, the thorium-227, you can get it from natural decay. And you can find a description of all this production in the ICEHTMC from 2021. Now, we also have generators. And Thomas Ruth in 2022 created this interesting list, which I have to confess I had never seen before. And I was very impressed that now I could have astatine-211 through a generator, starting with radium-211. And this has been of great interest by the IAEA, which already published in 2009 this technical report series on generators of strontium-90, or tungsten-188 with rhenium-188. Now, biomolecules have to be radiolabeled, and this is a very complicated process. I didn't succeed in my thesis, and every year when I look at the literature, there is a new development. Certainly, I don't know how many of you are involved. We will have to work with radiochemists, but we shouldn't exclude that as a possibility of collaboration. What is more close to our field is the development of new radionuclide detectors and imagers. And we know that, for example, if this is an MRI image, very clear, very nice, unfortunately, the PET has not that good of a resolution, but the SPECT is so much worse. So is there something that we can do, either improving the hardware or the software? And don't forget, we are involved in the calibration of these SPECT CT and PET CT scanners, so can we make any improvement? Activity has to be standardized. During my thesis for the astatine-211, I found out that astatine had a common gamma emitter with yttrium-88. There were no standards of astatine-211, but there were standards from yttrium-88, and look, it is absolutely perfect. So I did the activity determination with this standard. We need to know what the radiopharmaceutical biokinetic distributions are, and again, this was in animals, but we can see that there is an uptake that then decreases, or an uptake that does not decrease, but it continues straight on, or is exponential from the beginning, so we have to make measurements and do either an exponential fitting or a compartmental modeling. As I said at the very end, the goal is to do individualized dosimetry. Why? Well, there are already some studies that show that if we use personalized dosimetry instead of the standard dosimetry where what is prescribed is just the activity, we find a significant difference in the survival. You see that the patients that received the personalized dosimetry survived by 26.6 months instead of 10.7. This is really interesting. So the ICRU recommended that for radiopharmaceutical therapy, we do dosimetry, and the methodology involves Monte Carlo radiation transport simulation, convolution, dose-point kernel, and then we all know the MERT schema, which actually functions at the organ and suborgan levels, at the voxel level, and even at the cellular level. We have to remember that this can be combined with external beam therapy, and eventually, and already there are treatment planning softwares available that we have to treat the patients in a similar way as we are doing now with external beam therapy. What do we need for accurate dosimetry? Well, we will need that the room where the injection is given and the accessories like the syringe be shielded. There has to be appropriate equipment for activity determination and patient imaging. The radionuclide calibrators, the gamma cameras and the scanners have to be calibrated. The SPECT-CT and the PET-CT have to be quantified. We have to be aware or even develop software updates. Then what about the connections with the hospital information system or the radiology information system? We have to be aware of that. There is a periodic preventive maintenance which is essential, quality assurance procedures, quality control of devices, both hardware and software, and then upgrades of all of these. Now, you clinical engineers have recognized in this list a lot of possibilities of collaboration. And finally, I shall just want to mention the optimization of radiation protection for the personal monitoring, for the workplace monitoring. We monitor both for external contamination and for internal contamination, and the IAEA has produced a lot of documentations. You can just go to the ARPOP IAEA.org and you will find all kinds of manuals for free that can be very helpful to introduce you to this field. Now, certainly it will be necessary to have additional training, and maybe we need to change some of the certification scheme about the education, training, certification, and then in some countries you do need an authorization to practice. The education usually will be a graduate degree in physics or engineering. The training has to be either through a residency program or on the job under a nuclear medicine professional. And for example, about certification, in the United States, the medical physicist may be certified in nuclear medicine physics by the ABR, the American Board of Radiology, or the American Board of the Society of Nuclear Medicine. And as I said, in some countries registration is needed. In the United States, some states also require licensure. You just have to know in your country what is needed. And I have this interesting slide from Pasquale et al. In this new book that is going to appear in 2024, that where you can see is that he explains very well what the nuclear medicine team is composed of: nuclear medicine physicians, nuclear medicine physicists, the radiation protection officer, of course, nuclear medicine technologists, the nurse, the radiopharmacist, other healthcare assistant workers, and this is a clinical team. The training. This nuclear medicine team requires special training in radionuclide theranostics, in oncology fundamentals, and this training should be subject-centered, learn-centered, problem-centered. The clinical team also needs to know the essentials of the fundamentals for radionuclide theranostics. And how do we do it? Through didactic lectures, tutorials, therapy-based masterclass, webinars, and practical workshops. And there is so much on the web that you can find that you shouldn't have any problem entering in this field. If you need any more questions, please feel free to contact me.
Yes, thank you very much, Carrie Boras, for that presentation. Management community to get involved in the field of theranostics. Yes, good morning to everyone. I hope everyone is having a good time listening and gaining lots of knowledge. My name is Deborah Aloyo. I'm the Manager of Paramedical Programs and Operations for Gould Family Foundation, and I'm from Uganda. So today I'm presenting to you how I have taken steps, and my organization has taken steps to address the biggest challenge that is affecting biomedical personnel in East Africa, which is accepting the status quo. We'll get into what that means. Next slide, please. Yes, so Moses Luswata is a biomedical engineer with the Gould Family Foundation, and he is a lead engineer for Uganda and our partners in Somaliland and Tanzania. Sharon Wudu is a monitoring and evaluation and biomedical assistant. So what is the scope? The Gould Family Foundation has a team of over 20 staff, and we implement our biomedical programs in over 30 health facilities, 30 health centers, level 3 and 4. Those are typically maternity facilities and those that have operating rooms. We also support 3 hospitals, and these hospitals are supported by 14 biomedical engineers, technicians, and apprentices in the DRC, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Togo. So what do? Our goal is to improve health outcomes for the most poor and underserved. And how we do that is, we believe that improved health outcomes is equal to medical equipment grants, biomedical support, plus clinical training and assessment, plus community health grants. So we believe by implementing these programs, we're able to improve health outcomes. So our journey started when we provided only medical equipment to our partners, and over the years, we came to learn that it's not just the medical equipment that can solve the problems in the facilities that we are serving. So how does this status quo come about? So to give you perspective, every time we've hired a new staff in the Gould Family Foundation to implement a biomedical program in those facilities, the status quo has applied. And what is it? Now the thing is, the mindset is that biomedical engineers, technicians, and apprentices can only repair medical equipment. And this is the norm in the whole of East Africa, at least in the facilities that we've supported. And this mindset not only is for the staff, the biomedical personnel, but even the managers of the health facilities that we serve. Now the challenge with that is it also directly impacts on the confidence of the biomedical staff, because if we say clinical engineers are people who use technical skills and management skills to maintain and manage medical equipment in their life cycle, if you're only doing repair, which is a very small part of the equipment life cycle, then it limits the ability of the biomedical personnel. Now the other part of this status quo is that there's no documentation that is used. Most of the biomeds in the facilities are expected to just go into the departments, check on the most important equipment, the x-rays that bring in funds, And once those equipment are functional, no one is going to raise or bat an eye when it comes to what's happening in the biomedical department. Now this mindset, I would say these issues are directly impacting on a number of the biomeds and the facilities that we're serving. Some of the statistics are 90% of biomedical personnel believe that their role is to repair. This is actually, I came to appreciate that everyone comes out of school wanting to only repair. So 95% of health facility managers then expect the biomeds to magically repair. Now what does that mean? You find that they'll say, well, the health facility manager will call you, hey Debbie, we have this equipment, it's faulty, please solve the problem. Not knowing that to repair also a medical equipment, you might have parts that are damaged, and those parts that are damaged need to have a budget, and they need to be procured. But if the expectations are solve the problem, and it's up to you on how to solve the problem. Now the other part of lack of confidence, because the biomeds are coming out of school, they come in, they're excited to learn, they want to gain the technical skills on repair and maintenance of equipment. Now the problem is with this status quo, it impacts even on their motivation. Now if you're only in the biomedical department repairing medical equipment, and you only repair those equipment you have spares, it becomes now a daily routine. And because it's a routine of repairing one broken equipment, then it becomes hard for the biomeds to appreciate how they're impacting on patient outcomes, and how they're contributing to the greater good, and how their role is impacting on their communities. The other thing is there's limited access to training for the biomeds in Uganda, in Kenya, in Tanzania, and in all these countries that I've been supporting. Now what this mindset does, it limits the biomeds from actually advocating to higher levels of management, from the health facility administration, even further to the Ministry of Health, to the governments. And so all the problems are just bottled up at the bottom. Now what are the goals of the project for the Gould Family Foundation? We hope that this biomedical program can empower the biomedical engineers, can give them the tools and the confidence to make the changes that they need to. And through that, we believe there is a direct relationship between them being empowered and the impact on patient outcomes. In the photo here is one of our projects, and one of the things that we love to implement is what we call positive instigation. So we co-funded one biomedical technician for one of our partners who is on the extreme right, on the front bike. And when we co-funded his position, initially the facility were very hesitant to hire this biomed. So when the biomed said implementing the program, they realized, oh my, this can be impactful not only on our facility and our patients, but also the community. So they went ahead and hired three other biomeds to serve that hospital and the surrounding region. And today there are now 5 biomeds. The numbers have increased. And in the other photo is a team of our lead biomedical engineer working with a biomedical engineer in a hospital in Karamoja region, which is a hard-to-reach area in Uganda and very poor region. So they're doing the servicing and preventive maintenance of equipment. So what are some of the things that we wanted to achieve? We wanted to improve the servicing of medical equipment. For most of these facilities that when we were starting to do the assessments, we realized most of the equipment were not serviced, less than 5% of the equipment. And those few equipment are those equipment that were the most critical equipment in the hospital. Those, if they broke down, then the the income generation of the facility would be impacted on. So we wanted to increase that number from less than 5% to above 80% monthly. In addition to that, we realized that we can improve the user training. In the assessments, when we asked the users in the facilities, how many times have you received the user training? And most of them said, I think once a year. And some of them had actually never received the user training. So think about the impact of that on the medical equipment. A lot of that contributes to the medical equipment graveyards in the number of facilities that we serve. Then we were hoping to reduce the number of equipment repairs and requests for repairs by 15%. And we wanted to engage biomedical personnel and bring them to get engaged and get a seat on the table to discuss budgeting, to discuss critical needs with the top management of the facilities so that they can have a say. So what were the strategies that we applied? First of all, we addressed documentation. We did lots of training, first of all, developing the documentation. And we have a Google Drive database for documentation, which I'm happy to share with whoever would like to have access to it. Now, this documentation helps define and clearly provide information, because if the facility managers do not have access to information on equipment breakdowns, they don't even appreciate what a biomed actually does. And because of that, they're not able to have impact on the programs. Now, what we did with the documentation was to help influence the life cycle of equipment. If you have a service form for an equipment, then you're able to document that I need HEPA filters for the oxygen concentrator. And because you're able to document that and share that with the management, you're able to make your request known. So we also defined key performance indicators, which are very crucial. What we did is we developed programs that would help the biomeds become effectively managed. Now, how did we do that? One, we identified, first of all, appropriate supervisors. An appropriate supervisor is one who can relate with and understand that medical equipment are critical in the facility. If you have a finance manager supervising a biomedical technician or engineer, then it's going to be hard for them to relate how an equipment is important to a nurse or a doctor. So first of all, we identified who are the right managers in that facility. Then we also put some conditions. Have a meeting with this manager weekly. So weekly meetings are very important because then you're able to escalate the issues that you're having with medical equipment. If there is an equipment breakdown, then that equipment breakdown is going to be immediately communicated. So that created awareness and appreciation for the program. Then we went ahead to develop the biomedical program plan. Now, according to the Gold Family Foundation, the program plan is just 3 things. One, we have an assessment, a detailed assessment of the facility done. A biomed, before you provide support, you need to understand who are you supporting. What are their challenges? What are their needs? What are the equipment in the facility? Is there electricity? Is there water? What kind of stuff do they have? Can they support the equipment? Once a biomed understands that, then they can have a template for the biomedical program. Then we have the inventory. The inventory, we call it the Bible of biomedical support. The inventory then helps you to develop a service calendar, an annual service calendar. And it's from that inventory you're going to develop a budget for spare parts of equipment. And it's through this, in the life cycle of the equipment, that you're going to do continuous needs assessment of this equipment. Because as equipment is used, it's important to continuously evaluate whether the equipment it needs to be replaced, if it's costing the facility more money, or if it's posing a risk to patients. And that's why we develop needs assessment tools that are used throughout the life cycle of all equipment. Then the other part, which I would say I've spent the better part of the last 2 years, is mentorship, assessment, and training. I'm happy to share that through this mentorship, assessment, and training, we've been able to have an impact on the mindset of the biomeds. How have we done this? First of all, we developed what we call a CBE program. CBEs are continuous biomedical education programs. And in these, we empower the team. Every 2 weeks, we have times for sharing and presenting key information on critical devices. So you have one person developing a hands-on presentation of a particular equipment. And through that, they become empowered. They'll learn more about the equipment. So it solves technical, it helps the biomeds gain knowledge on this equipment. Now, every 2 weeks, we have training sessions. Then every 6 months, we've had what we call a centralized training, where we bring in all the biomeds from the different countries. For the English speakers, we had one in Uganda, and about 2 weeks ago, we had one in Burundi for our French-speaking team. Now, through that, we come together as biomeds, and we literally handle one equipment after the other. And through that, we're able to learn from each other and share experiences. But also, it's an opportunity for us to impact on the culture of the organization, because that's when we're able to share about issues that are critical, changing the mindset. And I'm happy to share that changing the mindset, the most impactful way that this mindset has changed is through leading by example. If the team sees you in person, leading by example, then it's one way to have immediate results, because they're able to see firsthand the impact of that. So what have the results been? I would say we've increased the user training for each biomed. On average, right now, we have the biomeds doing 5 user trainings in a month. So yes, in a month. And that is on average 1 user training weekly. And I have high performers who are doing 8 user trainings monthly and more. Now, how has that impacted on patient care? We've had 30% reduction in equipment repair requests and repairs. Now, the other impact of this program is we've seen a reduction in medical equipment procurement. How is that? When we had just joined, our partners would buy small equipment every now and then. And we do not know that it's actually directly impacting on the costs of operation. But because of the program and the engagement with management, they're able to now identify where the gaps are. And through that, and through the biomedical support, the user training, identifying the right equipment, the number of recurring medical equipment procurement has reduced significantly. Now, after the year 2 of implementation of the program, currently our service rates are above 70% for each biomed. In other words, 70% of the calendar in the month. When we look at the equipment that are scheduled, 70% have been serviced. Now, the number of equipment has significantly, the number of clean equipment in the facility has significantly improved because the users are consistently trained on how to do user PMs. And I'm happy to say that that has directly impacted on infection control and prevention. Actually, a success story is we had one partner who was having a high number of mothers having post-op infections. And we did not know that actually the reason why that was happening was because of the way sterilization is done. So when we did the assessment and discovered that actually the sterilization is not done properly, the indicators are not waited for to show that the sterilization is completed. And so the surgeons were using instruments that were not sterile. So we did see a significant change in the numbers of mothers that have post-op infections. And that reduced because of the BioMed's engagement now with the users, engagement with the M&E personnel, and also engagement with the management to take action on these issues that are identified. So the number of also equipment with standard operating procedures have increased, and these numbers, I would say 50% of all the equipment in a GFF facility have SOPs. Now, I'm also excited to share that now our facilities in Uganda have budgets of over 15 to 20 million allocated annually for medical equipment spares specifically. And this is an impact of the program. In conclusion, I would like to implore all the people who are involved in medical equipment management, the health technology management community, that we need to empower the biomedical engineers, technicians with the right skills to impact on their mindset, with the right knowledge to change their mindset from not only limiting what they can do, which is in Africa or in East Africa or in Uganda, repairing medical equipment, but to do more than that, equipping. I would also like to implore people who donate medical equipment to facilities in Africa that we should use this information to instigate the partners we are donating medical equipment to, so that we can demand for equipment maintenance, for equipment budgets, for equipment servicing, and that way we're going to have significant improvement on patient outcomes. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm very excited about our next presenter. Very delighted to welcome Sandeep, who works with NASA in the US to present a medical oxygen generator, which is made out of ceramic. And this device was initially designed for generation of oxygen on the moon, but now with all the needs in oxygen in the world, it can be modified to be used for medical purposes. Please welcome Sandeep.
Thank you, Deborah. Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Sandeep Bulku. As Deborah mentioned, I work for NASA. And so, you know, before coming here, I was pretty excited, but after talking with a lot of people yesterday about the needs of what the needs are and how we can. Did I give you the right one? Yeah, this is not the right one. Hold on. I gave you this morning. Sorry? I gave you one this morning. Well, I do have. Actually, I thought I shared the right one.
It's the newer one. Yeah, that may be the original. So as Deborah said, you know, we're moving from the ground in Uganda to outer space as we get prepared here. This is a delay worth waiting for.
Tom's really building this up.
And remember our byword of the Congress, patience, both the ones that we serve as well as the attribute of life, which I'm not very good at personally. You know what they say, if Sandeep's happy, everybody's happy. So.
Just don't tell John, or don't tell her either. Yeah. Actually, don't tell her.
It's fine now? You're having a new one?
Yeah, I hope this is, I hope I gave you the right one again.
It's okay, as long as you have the right one.
Yes, I think,
Just in case.
yeah, that's an old one.
That's the old one.
Yes, let's see, that looks like it. All right. Okay, we're almost in space now. Let me get this things. So as I was saying, as I introduced myself, the other person on there is John Graff, who's not with us today. He's in Houston, probably sleeping. He could be, yes. So as I said, you know, I was pretty excited to come here before, but yesterday talking with a lot of the people, presenters, and then looking at the needs that exist all over the world, I think this solution might fit right in and be actually very helpful and reduce your cost and maintenance and any of those kind of things.
You don't need me interrupting, Sandeep.
Yes, sir.
One of the incredible NGOs working in that space is Build Health International, and here they are.
Oh, okay.
In fact, our friend here may know that there was an attempt to pilot some of the work, your work. You ran into because those guys are pretty busy already, but there's a lot of potential, I agree.
Well, there's a lot of potential, absolutely. So what have we done? You know, in all these years, there's been a lot of development going on. A lot of research has been working on this for a long time. And finally, we cracked the code a little bit over the past few years where we've been able to develop this technology, which is ceramic-based, solid state, therefore no moving parts, and it really is 99.99% pure oxygen. And it's currently not for hospital use. So we would like to get it out in the field, have it tested, gather some data, and actually be ready for field testing. So that's my goal, is to really find some partners to get that working.
And it may be the building you're in that you have this project.
And that's absolutely right. And we've talked yesterday at length about that. Yes. So, you know, the main message I want to give you here is it's a very simple model. User interfaces are very simple. It's plug and play. Essentially just like the hot water heater in your home. You plug it in, cold water comes in, hot water comes out, and there's a little outlet for steam as it to control the pressure. In this case, literally, here's your solid state engine, which is the wafers, the ceramic ion transportation device in there. And you pipe this stuff out at 100 psi, and you process it the way you would, and use it the way you would with ventilators or whatever else you need to. And on the right is the prototype that we tested at NASA's White Sand Test Facility, which we'll touch on a little bit later. And this device operates regardless of where it is. Humidity, elevation, it doesn't matter. Altitude, it's pretty robust in that sense. So, how do these wafers magically pull, I want to use the word magically, pull oxygen out of the air? So this membrane that you're seeing here, the blue is the oxygen transport membrane, as it's referred to. And as you apply DC voltage to it, it heats up to about 700 Celsius, and pores form in that membrane and allow only oxygen ions to pass through. And when they get to the other side, they combine into pure O2, and then you can pipe it out. Pretty interesting thing. And you know, let me give you an example of what this size of this wafer is. It's about this big, about 1/8 of an inch thick, 6 by 3 by about 1/8 of an inch. So it is a real thin piece of. So what are the components of it? So you see it right here on the right. So you know, one of those can only produce so much. So we kind of stack these up into a certain amount. So our goal is to get 5 liters per minute out of each stack, as we call it. And so each one of these would produce a sixth of it. So, you know, you need about 30 of these stacked up together. And I think the next slide shows you how it kind of takes, and it's a good animation. How can we run the animation? Yeah, there you go.
Sandeep, maybe afterwards we could have a little dialogue with Bill. I mean, during this session, if Deborah allows us, just to, you know, 5 liters a minute, you need what, for example? What do patients need?
It depends on the bed at the hospital.
Right, but typically.
But, you know, so, but depending on how it could be configured, support an entire hospital.
Sure.
Support
I think the volumes do.
The,
And what you're saying is you daisy chain several. and
it's
you get
scalable, exactly.
10, 15, 20 liters.
And I'll give you an example. The testing that we did at White Sands. So there's the, there you go. That's the O2 ions dropping off. And as they get piped up, they combine and become.
And like you said,
There you go.
for a pilot place,
Right,
do this,
right,
test it,
right.
scale it.
Scale it, right. It seems pretty simple, but it took quite a while to get here.
Well, when you go to Mars, you gotta be ready.
So, I mean, you know, for space applications, that's part of the reason why. And then COVID came along, and we had some funding with that, so that kind of put it on high speed. So COVID was a game changer with a lot of stuff, right? Okay, sorry. So this is a cell stack view. Also, the developers call it a box cell. So you see what I was talking about, the stack of 30 wafers right there. And so you got to package it just right so you have enough airflow through it and you'll be able to provide enough power there as well so that it can heat up and provide you the optimum amount of gas that you need, which is one of these wafers or one of these stacks will produce 5 liters, as we said. And it's very scalable.
So Sandeep, we're imagining some equipment room somewhere. What are the environmental conditions to keep it working? I mean, Sub-Saharan Africa would ask that question.
It would work there, because there was I can't give you the name, but there was a experiment done outside in the desert. So it was used for a couple of years, and it was brought back for maintenance, and it worked perfectly the whole time. The only thing in there was sand, but it was outside. So so you don't need those equipment rooms. You don't need any of that stuff. That's great. Yeah. It'll work. And so here's, for comparison's sake, here's a 6-pack of 500 milliliter bottles of Coke, and look at the size of one of these. One of these produces 5 liters per minute. And it's 7 by 7 by 3, so it's a pretty small device. And here's the 3 things I wanted to really touch on. Is the wafer is in the middle that you saw, and you stack enough of 30 of these, and they become the box stack. And what you see on the left is what we tested at White Sands. So that had 8 stacks in it, and it produced up to 34 liters per minute of continuous O2. And so what else is in the box is a blower and a heater, heat exchanger, I should say, and some control systems, because it's a prototype and we're testing it and getting all the data that we need to. So that's one of the other things we need when we put it out in the field is data, so we can get the certification processes underway. Good question. You saw this before, didn't you? So to produce 5 liters per minute, I mean, this thing is smaller than a kid's elementary school lunchbox. And it fills up one, you can't really see the gallon jug, but it fills up a gallon jug in less than a minute, and it uses less power than a blender. That's your home blender. So it's 100 watts or so, approximately. And it really is, it's ready to be used in the hospital setting for ventilators. You can feed a ventilator with 50 PSI or more. And so this, you know, this technology has, it's been in work for a long time, and 2 years ago we couldn't have brought it to you or any place else. So last 2 years it took quite an effort to get it boxed right, get all the structure around it right, and to get it to work right. So, and it works well. We've tested it at NASA facilities. We've tested it out in the desert for a little while too. And the best thing is you don't need any training. You don't need special, you know, an equipment room. It's plug and play. And if I remember correctly, I think they're projecting close to 100,000 hours before maintenance. So that's a pretty good amount of time. And if you do that 24/7, that comes to 11.4 years, I think. So there's a link right below there. If you'd like to see more detail about it, you can always go there and look. The scientists, John and Graf, and the developers, Dale Taylor, they go through it at length, discussion on it. So, you know, if that wasn't enough, there's another follow-on project that we're developing. So what we just talked about is called Stage 1, which is kind of the test state is depicted up there, the test on the top right photo. That's the test article. And so from there, the O2, you can pump it into the Stage 2, which is again wafers, but they're disc-shaped and they're about the thickness of a piece of paper. And last month we were able to successfully demonstrate 3,000 PSI. There is a lot of work to be done there. There's a lot of technical challenges still, but we were able to demonstrate it. So I think in a year or so, we should be able to report out on a positive happening there. And again, there's no moving parts there. So here on the bottom right is what that second stage, the test article looks like. I mean, it's not going to be that way when it's ready for field testing, but all the protective stuff has to be around. That's insulation, and within it is a set of discs, those ceramic discs and heaters. It is pretty exciting. I saw that at work too. Yes. I'm sorry? 1 minute? Okay, this is my last step. So what are our next steps? Really is to partner. That's why we're here. And if you're interested, please reach out, email me. And I want to thank John Graf for being the project scientist, and Clint Craig, who's the reason I'm here today, briefing you, and also the developers, Dale Taylor and Tom Taylor in Utah. So, any questions? Thank you.
Current Eliana to share with us which medical devices can be reused, under what conditions, and how safe that is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to begin taking by the operating room and sterilizing service in my hospital, because they are the teamwork who had a magnificent performance in our hospital in order to control the process of medical devices. Okay. Medical devices are commonly used in the care of patients, and the importance of this type of medical devices makes it necessary to regulate in accordance with the country laws. In this context, it is convenient to identify what type of medical devices are used, what is the manufacturer's reuse recommendations, and how many reuses are allowed. But it's really and most important to know what are the conditions that we need to carry out in order to afford which devices it could apply. So reuse is defined as the use of medical device more times than specified by a manufacturer on the label of every medical device. So within this framework of the responsibility for patient safety in our hospital regarding the reuse of medical devices, we needed to develop a methodology in order to identify the purpose and establish the guidelines. So what medical devices have been designed for single use that are reprocessed and reused according to the criteria of quality, safety, and control, and effectiveness cost to be used in the patient's care. For that reason, we developed that policy, which is according to the JCI standards. The Colombian laws say that medical devices is any instrument, device, machine, medical equipment designed by the manufacturer to be used alone or in combination for human use. However, today we don't have any specific laws or regulation or requirements in our country to reuse medical devices. And reprocessing is the activity through the original characteristics of the medical device are restored, leaving it in a condition to be used again in another patient, according with the intended use for which it was initially developed by the manufacturer and comply with the fundamental principles of quality, of cost, and safety. With the purpose to establishing a guidelines for that medical devices, we have a wonderful challenge in our hospital and in fact in the country. So we need to understand what was the current situation and establish a framework for support this process. So we were in these 5 steps. The first one, it's violence. In 2015, we formed a medical devices committee with the purpose of establish the guidelines. So for all medical devices which are designed for single use in the country, but we need to reprocess and reuse in a different patient. But we need to define this framework so all medical devices that enter for the first time to our hospital must be classified by risk level and have their original data sheet, because with this information we can describe the disinfection, cleaning, and sterilization process for every medical device. After then, we use the failure mode and effect analysis. It was a methodology adapted to identify potential problems or errors when we reprocess every day or every time that we really need to use this new medical device, and the possible effects of reprocess those medical devices. So we designed this matrix and identify the possible failures and this to the currently situation that could affect the safety of the patient. After then, we evaluate the cost effectiveness of the medical devices. So all medical devices which were candidates for reprocess, we need to identify the acquisition cost and compare with the reprocessed pros, because in sometimes we identify that the reprocessing cost is higher than the acquisition cost for a new medical devices. For that reason, we decide discharge and don't reuse that medical device. For the medical devices that we were approved to reuse, we need to control the number of reuse. For that reason, we established a methodology, the traceability of reusable medical device. So we need to trace through all cycle of reprocessing cycle during the information that allows to identify if we have some risks or maybe infections with our patient. So the staff of the operating room and the sterilization service fill out the medical device reuse traceability control sheet, in which the series of every medical device can be identified. Other devices that can be reprocessed because higher cost or because they have malfunctions were discharged. We implement exercise in order to oversize the performance of that medical devices every week, and we find reprocessed devices designed for single uses carried out according to the hospital waste program. But we need to identify how many times we could reuse every medical device. So we conform this technical expert committee in order to get a consensus, trying to identify, based on their experience of that person, what could be the maximum number of reuses that each medical device could have before it could fail or it could generate some harms in the patient. So we evaluate 214 medical devices, but we use the methodology in order to identify that it was monitored during all cycle. So 79% of these medical devices evaluated was authorized for reusing. Yeah. After then, 172 medical devices didn't have reuse criteria defined by the manufacturer. It's a number. So 72% of medical devices were considered critical with critical label, 33% semi-critical, and 6% non-critical according with the Spalding classification. And 2% of medical devices couldn't be reprocessed because the reprocessing, the cost of the reprocessing was higher when we compare with the cost of acquire or buy a new medical device. In this slide, we have some results for one of the most important medical devices that we have reprocessed in our hospital. There are draws, arthroscopic draws, ligature, focus chair, ventilator top, and the most commonly failures features that we can identify during the process to reuse every medical device in a different patient. But the most important thing that I need to tell you is that we collect data for like a pilot test in different services, endoscopy, urology, operating rooms, and emergency service in order to take some examples and put and identify what was the performance of every medical device and try to identify if they could have maybe failures when they had been working in a different context with a different features by the intended use. So those are conclusions for our challenge. With the adoption of this methodology, we achieve relevant change, in the reprocessing of medical devices in our hospital, because we could identify the issues, the troubles, when we are addressing or reprocessing with medical device in order to prioritize and mitigate infection risks associated with these medical devices, strengthen intensive surveillance, overseas of medical devices which were reused, and optimize financial resources for patient care. Based on these results, we developed a test to evaluate, implementing a tracer exercise in the different services in the hospital in order to identify and evaluate and establish which and why we must or not reprocess and reuse a medical device. Nowadays, we don't have in our country anything like laws and requirements or guidelines to current this kind of process regarding medical device. So it was a project that we had been working and joined with different hospitals around the country and implemented, because maybe 2 weeks ago, the health minister have sent us a new project to establish the requirements to medical device or for reuse or reprocess medical device to all stakeholders. So in this moment, we can send recommendation and discuss about the new laws that we will introduce in our country. Thank you so much.
For us to implement regulations that can help us prevent the reuse of devices that will pose a risk and harm to patients. Our next presenter is Cesar Yegoros. He'll be presenting online, and he is with the National University of Asunción and with the Biomedical Research Group in Paraguay. He'll be sharing with us the development of evaluation and quality control protocols for mammography, which is to help the early detection of diseases.
Member of the team of the Biomedical Engineering Research Group in Paraguay, and on this occasion, for this event, I am going to talk about the topic development of evaluation and quality control protocols for mammography. Next, I will start with the description of the work team. The work team is made up of Luciano Recal from the Biomedical Engineering Research Group from the National University of Asunción, Eladio Quintana, also from the Biomedical Engineering Research Group of the National University of Asunción, And who is Cesar Yegros speaking to you from the same research group? First, I will start talking about the description. Mammography is a medical diagnostic study performed by taking a radiographic image directly on the breasts at low doses of radiation with specialized ionizing radiation emitting equipment called a mammograph. It's the main one for the early detection of diseases of breast origin, which is why it's essential to guarantee the operability and correct functioning of the equipment that performs this study. Particularly in low-income countries, such as Paraguay, where at the state level there is one mammographer for every 50,000 women, which implies low-quality control of radiation emissions, low access to this health system, and in special to preventive medical checkups. Radiological protection aims to protect people and the environment against the harmful effects that may result from exposure to ionizing radiation. To guarantee this safety in the mammographic area, it's necessary to establish verification programs and quality controls. To carry it out, this project evaluates its operation and the quality of its ray emission. Through controls of physical parameters in its radiation generators, through the measurement of its main parameters and the elaboration of a checklist based on the technical standards established by the local regulatory authority and international standard, and the implementation of these techniques and quality protocols for mammographers in different imaging services, in order to evaluate the control program and the meters, to guarantee radiological safety in dose levels for operators, technical service personnel, and patients. The project is based on the experimental study through the development, verification, and testing with equipment that measures physical parameters, dose rate, KVP, HBL, for mammographers. Through the adaptation and implementation of the international standard IAEA TechDoc 1517 for mammography quality control, and advice from the local radiological regulatory authority, ARRM. The measurement equipment used was the black RTI Piranha and an own design for measurement of pressure, height, and position for the benefit of users of this equipment in public health in Paraguay. Verifications and controls were carried out on 8 mammographers with the instruments acquired and designed in public and private institutions in Asunción and the Central Department. 62.5% of them had their parameters within the tolerance ranges. 37.5% worked, but with values above expectations. Its calibration was suggested. It was demonstrated that it is possible to obtain information on the situational status of the mammographs, verify the quality of the image, the dose rate to determine the level of radiation emitted by the equipment and guarantee the radiological protection of technical personnel and users, as well as the scopes of dose adjustments and dose rate, if necessary. With these data, it's possible to foresee solutions to avoid unnecessary stops of operation, all with the aim of guaranteeing radiological safety and facilitating decision makers with the tasks of planning, justifying the renewal or maintenance of mammographs in a country with scarce and efficient infrastructure and biomedical equipment. Thank you very much for your attention. I leave my email address and the group email for any questions.
For a country with one mammograph to 50,000 women, it poses a risk to the women in that community, because then early detection of certain cancers, the breast cancer in particular, becomes then a challenge. So I would like to welcome our next presenter, who is Jahin Ahmed from the Military Institute of Science and Technology. And he'll be presenting the current status of breast cancer prevalence and the futuristic solution through telehealth and using AI to combat breast cancer in Bangladesh.
status of breast cancer prevalence and futuristic solutions and AI-based approaches to combat breast cancer in Bangladesh. Now, the team members are me, Jahir Ahmed, who is a graduate student, MSc student in Biomedical Engineering Department of Military Institute of Science and Technology. Here, I have another 3 teammates from the same MSc program of Military Institute of Science and Technology. They are Usama Shafat, Shahid Mahmoud Khan, and Fazul Hakim. And then there is Dr. M. Jahangir Alam, who is a PhD and Chief Mechanical Physicist and Head of Radiotherapy Department, ICEHTMC Mission, Cancer and Shanam Hospital. Here are our contact numbers. And then finally here is our mentor and co-author is Major M.D. Ashamuzzaman, which is a PhD and EME. And he is also the founder of Saudi Bangladesh Institute of Biomedical Engineering and Technology, and also a professor of Biomedical Engineering Department of Military Institute of Science and Technology. Here is the description of our project. And here we can say that breast cancer poses one of the leading causes of cancer among the females of Bangladesh. It showed an increasing trend over the past 10 years. And Bangladesh experienced about 1,56,000 new cancer cases and 1,09,000 deaths from the disease in 2022, according from the most recent data of Global Cancer Observatory. And it is estimated that by 2030 there will be 21.4 million new cases of cancer in Bangladesh. And from the data of 3 most renowned hospitals of Bangladesh, which are Dhaka Medical College Hospital, National Institute of Clinical Research, and ICEHTMC Mission Cancer Hospital, we have found these statistics where we can see that from 2014 to 2022, there is a very sharp increasing trend of breast cancer patients in the past 9 years. And also there is a pie chart showing that breast cancer is one of the major causes of cancer among the women of Bangladesh, and it is the second major reason constitution of 27.1% cancer in Bangladeshi women. And the main problems of relating to the breast cancer is there is no central registry of cancer in our country and no conclusive cancer screening treatment. Without screening, no be detected. And to detect sensitive disease like breast cancer, a major mass screening program must be introduced in our country. There are only 50 to 30 oncologists and less than 20 cancer treatment providing centers, while the population is around 172 million. And there is very few hospitals which solely provide the treatments for only cancers. And which is very low proportional to the ratio of our total population. And expensive treatment, cancer causes a very expensive treatment, approximately 7 to 10,000 US dollar yearly, and less than 20% of the patients can avail that cost, because Bangladesh is a lower middle income country and all the people live below the, maximum people live below the poverty line. So they cannot avail that expensive treatment when they face this kind of cancers or problems. Breast cancer death rates are usually higher in our country than those in prosperous nations, because women are rarely diagnosed with the disease in an advanced stage. Because in our country, women feel shy to go for screening for this kind of diseases, and that's why these breast cancer related diseases remain undetected, and they became detectable when they are already in the advanced stage, and in that stage the treatment became very difficult. And the solution to defect breast cancer can be created proper central registry so that the current scenario can be found out, and online-based low-cost platforms can be used to educate people about a breast self-examination for screening breast cancer. Breast self-examination can be done by the patient itself, and if she can find a guidance from the doctors, and the low-cost platforms can, online-based low-cost platforms can give them the idea how to do the breast self-examination. And the number of radiotherapy centers must be increased. As I have said earlier, that the hospitals which provide treatment solely for cancers is really low. The number must be increased, and mass breast cancer screening program need to be introduced in our country to combat this kind of cancers in Bangladesh. So the project which will be.
So now, Assalamu alaikum, myself Fazul Hakim, and I will describe the goals of the project and the final things that the users will be benefited. The main goal is to identify and select the best approaches of breast cancer diagnosis and treatment, to disseminate the low-cost and portable smart screening facilities and motivate women for breast self-examination. Establish a robust regional and national breast cancer database aiming to foster the diagnosis and the treatment possible. So now coming to the results, from our study, it's been identified that Bangladesh is in a vulnerable position in terms of breast cancer. It has become a hidden burden, which accounts 69% death of women, and that's alarming. The risk factors of breast cancer is the ignorance of people not knowing about breast self-examination, social and religious stigma, poor diet, the cost of treatment, the diagnosis at an advanced stage, etc. So, AI-based smart device or apps needs to be created for mass screening so that diagnosis of breast cancer can be detected earlier and prior to the advanced stage that can reduce the mortality rate. By 2014, a smart system must be developed to defeat the demon of breast cancer. So that was all my presentation, and thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Jahid Ahmed, for that presentation. I'll invite MD Ashraf Uzaman to share with us more on this presentation. As you can see, the numbers are very dire. Prediction of 21.4 million women having breast cancer in 2030 is a very scary number. And so actions to create awareness of how to get self-examination tools and these made available to women is critical. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, this is Major Dr. Ashrafuzzaman, co-author and corresponding author of this project, and they are my master's student, and both of them are also lecturer in my biomedical engineering department in Military Institute of Science and Technology. So they are doing the thesis and their master's program in our department. Just stop like this, yeah, it's okay. And this was our idea and initiative because we found in the developed countries, in many places, many projects are going on, especially if I can mention the Amtz project. It is leading by the University of Barcelona in Spain with the European Union fund. It is almost 2.2 million euro for the 3 years project. It has started just this year, okay? And it will end on 2025. So as a external collaborator of that project, I am helping them for getting the data to send them, and also together we are collaborating and having some work together. During working with this project, I got lesson that why don't we think about our own people, our own women, so that we can go for the mass screening, but the technology should be invented by our local people so that it can be low cost. And as we got the several other faculties having the very good research track, especially in the AI-based portable system and the low ultrasound technologies. So we onboarded them, and then we started collecting data. So we have the National Institute of Medicine and Allied Sciences, that is the INMAS, International Nuclear Medicine Alliance and Sciences. That is the INMAS, and together with the other, one of the biggest private hospitals, namely it is the Aushania Mission Cancer Hospitals, the largest facility in privately owned. They are giving the treatment for the cancerous people. And what they have got, they have developed some systems and building the regional network in different districts and sending the team and getting the peoples together and scanning them, but with the portable device. But our aim too is that going for the more sophisticated one, handheld one, digitalized and AI-based, so that it can immediately decision make, and once she is scanning herself, she can get the data immediately to her phone or on the screen. And it should be well connected with our other places. That means we run almost more than 24,000 of community clinic. That means children and maternity clinic in my country within this 64 districts. So this is the government huge network and facilities. And that's why we became very succeed in the COVID time, especially for the vaccination program. The death toll was very less in Bangladesh. As you find, if you want, then you can check with the global data provided by the WHO. The death rate was very less in Bangladesh, especially during the COVID time. Because of the success came through the government establishment. We have engaged all these clinics and every hospitals. So we decided to go with them and use their facility and develop our own technology with our research, and then go for the mass scale scanning. And these projects are ongoing, and hopefully very soon we will be able to launch our portable device, then get registered under our Director General of Drug Administrations, that's been DGDA in Bangladesh. That is the organizations who are in charge for all the drugs, including the medical equipment in my country, under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And as we are strongly working together with the Health Ministry and also somehow becoming privileged by holding the position in several committees of the DGDA, including the subcommittee member for medical devices, including the Medical Device Guideline Preparation Committee Chairman, and many others. So I got that privileged situation. And another thing is that during the COVID, we learned that how to develop the prototype of the various devices. We have worked with the ventilators, high flow nasal cannula, oxygen concentrator at that time. We developed so many prototypes together with the big private-owned companies and the mid-level companies and also the private entrepreneurs, innovators. So that technical testing also somehow led by me, and I am the chairman of that committee. So for this innovation, that means medical device and these technologies, innovations, all through, I'm working advisor to our government, how this can be developed and can be get certified under the specific organization following all the international rules and protocols. So having all these things together with us in our same facilities, in our Military Institute of Science and Technology, and together with the other state-owned hospitals, including the private hospitals. So we planned in this way, and our students and our researchers and faculties are working under my supervision. I'm working as their just mentor and helping them and giving them idea. Actually, this idea came through me, and as I have several groups, so they are supporting me in this work, and another group is working for the cervical cancer, another group is working for the fetal monitoring. So that's why yesterday I gave in the same place another presentation for the smart vehicle, the scan maternal and women-related diseases through the advanced reliance technology, that is the smart vehicle. And I proposed that one together with Brother Jitendra, and he has accepted that proposal, and we are going to get this facility soon, I think. So following these things, I recommend our government, and all things are in process. Very soon we will be able to approve our device, and we will go through the mass scanning process for the women, because we found that it can be reduced by 90% if early stage detection is possible. Many of us, we are not knowing, especially the women, they came to know and notice this thing that she has this cancer when it is at the stage 3rd or 2nd, something like this. So they are not getting notice in the early stage. So our aim is to get diagnosis and at least scanning them, all the healthy populations, including the university students, the housewives, including, for the garments industries, our nation is doing good. So lots of, most of the workers are female workers in garments industries. So our plan is to deliver service less than 50 cents per test or cost. That means in Indian rupees, it will be only 20 or 30. So if it is only 20, 30 rupee, then I think anybody can get it or avail it, or nobody will feel discomfort having this kind of test. So this is our aim, and we are trying hard, and our government also supporting us, giving the various fund for the innovative ideas and projects. There are platforms under the Ministry of ICT and the Ministry of Health. So we are getting support from them also, and we are running this thing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashraf, for that and for the good work that you're doing, bringing the diagnostic tools closer to the women. I would like to open up the session for questions. Questions to the presenters. There's myself and Sandeep in the room. Please, questions are open. I do actually have the first question to Sandeep. What do the production costs for the MCOG device? What are the estimated costs for this device, and how long can it last?
So we don't know about the production cost yet, because it's not in production. It's still a prototype. We need some field testing done, and then, however, though, as the numbers go up, the developers had told me that their cost, if they produce a certain number, the cost go down as much as 90% production cost. And in terms of how long it lasts, it's safe to say, numbers I've seen are 100,000 hours of continuous operation. So that's almost 11 years. But I think they're saying possibly 100,000 and 10 years.
Yes, that's very good information.
It's very good. But yes, I think we need more testing to make certain that I'm not making stuff up.
For sure.
Yes.
Testing will be a critical part of this design process. And are there any questions from the audience? What are our thoughts on patient safety and risks? What is our experience? What are the pressing issues at the moment in the industry? Okay, we do not have any questions. I would like to close up the session for today. I thank you very much, all the presenters. It has been a privilege hosting this session. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a great day.
I will request that together with all our respected guests and honorable guests and all the presenters, panelists, let's have a group photo of this session. Sir, please come. अभी हमारा एक फोटो लीजिए लेटर आप भेज देंगे Yeah, please come. Somebody can go up so that you go in picture. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Slightly larger than Viscount Putnam. And the result, the logistic system of the hospital could be very large. Notice that we only have 2 campuses 5 years ago. We didn't have enough people to quickly run 3 new hospitals in 2 years. The nurses have already complained about tailing tasks and frequently made urgent order because of wrong calculation and product expiration. But we don't have enough workers to handle such situation. And the procurement assistant had to deal with increasing near expiration storage. Besides, as the hospital also sponsored by government, a partial restriction on usage of consumable materials was made public with higher demand for medical service. However, with the combination of 20 years working experience and young ideas, our team was managed to solve the problem by implementing a new delivery system with smart devices. The whole team has already carried out procurement and delivery for 4 years and confront the challenges of admission multiplication and increasing working load successfully. The idea was originally inspired by delivery drawers in Zhejiang University and automatic sorting center for delivery. As the technology of IoTs and AGVs have been used in the field of household delivery for years, it is well developed to apply to medical supply management. With 2 years' effort, the team was managed to deploy a customized supply process delivery system, collaborating with technology companies after multiple rounds of survey, interview, and discussion. The system is built on years' observation of ordering habits. We noticed that the nurses will order things after periodically check, and usually order came once the storage hit a certain line. So we wondered, how about let the computer monitor the storage and order for them? And the model of automatic order come out. As the smart device monitoring the storage, they can check it more frequently
and order on time. But the packages from suppliers are less friendly to smart devices. So this is where the processing came in as the main working flow draw. Furthermore, we can also make the packages friendlier to users, so the nurses and the doctors don't need to reorganize their orders according to their operation. All the workflow heavily depends on the online platform. Since we are not professional programmers, a technology company helped us here. The platform is divided into 3 different parts, serving procurement, ordering, and delivery separately. The 3 platform is connected by the model we mentioned before. So when the terminal storage hits the alarm, a delivery will be automatically arranged while new procurement will be made. Still, there are many details to be discussed. Lots of surveys and discussion needed to be done first. We firstly confirm the items that can be ordered more frequently and ordered in a bundle by interviewing nurses and going through old records. After discussion, we redesigned the storages and set up the ordering model. We were also suggested that there would still be some special delivery for some departments. So it is wiser to remain the old order delivery system, which is called special delivery here. The design of user-friendly packages was also settled. Then we deploy the design and test the system before it is really put into use. Here is the raw design for hierarchy delivery system structure. We will come back to it later. We have learned a lot during this procedure. There are much common things in daily delivery. For example, was mainly ordered syringes, surgical drapes, and medical food. This can help procurement assistant to combine order together for use rather than make multiple purchases, and the daily delivery can be organized together rather than sending multiple times. Apart from these, we found that there are less real urgent orders come other than emergency center, operation room, and cardiovascular center. Still, there are situations that can be special, such as dental center. They usually need the items customized for patients. As for osteopathics, surgeons, and physicians performing interventional therapy, they may order a bunch of items that could be returned afterwards. Here is a hierarchy structure of our delivery system. Because we have multiple campuses, the secondary distribution center is settled for each campus. There are several kinds of delivery mode here. Some of them is fully made by automatic vehicles. Others can be made by combined measures. When smart cabinets are used, the storage can be monitored by RFID, but everything using RFID may cause signal disturbance. So there would be some cases that just using QR code label shown here. Besides the regular delivery we mentioned before, there are still some special order delivery for emergency dental clinics and operation room. For wards, the terminal storage could be different according to the capacity of their storage and the infrastructure. The goals of the project is clear. After the testing of projects, the nurses very welcome the new system. It helps them to put less effort in telling and save their costs. Also, the working load on workers is decreased. Warehouse managers don't need to put more human power in delivery to deliver faster. The comparison of old system efficiency and new ones is shown here. It is obvious that the nurses save around 2 hours per week on tally. The regular delivery saves 36 minutes per surgery, while special delivery goes faster, reducing to 9 days. Here are the real pictures after the system is functioning. The pictures are lined up according to the workflow. When the supply enters the main distribution center, they are firstly inspected and then relabeled and packed. They are sent to the secondary distribution center once there is any shortage. There are mainly 3 different kinds of AGVs for storage delivery according to delivery condition, while one of them serves regular delivery and the other 2 serves special delivery. The drone delivers to the door of operation center, and the railway vehicle goes to wards, ICUs, and dental center. In 2020, the system is formally put into full use in all campuses. Although there are a lot of benefits, the system still needs improvements. Firstly, nurses want the flexibility of special supply list, while we need a shorter list. How should we keep the balance between? Secondly, the birth need problem in pandemics is unsolved. Besides, the replenishment of terminal storage now can be done by robots.
For each type of surgery for each patient. And this is the only topic we have here related to this, but it's critically important. I have been in the operating room with gastrointestinal surgeons. I've watched the dissection through the patient for 2 or 3 hours. I've seen the surgeon get to the point where they're ready to do an anastomosis, a repair with a minimally invasive device, only to find that there are not enough staples. There are not enough tools for them to do that, to complete that. So the patient then has to have full surgical dissection through their muscles in the abdomen. Then the surgeon has to manually tie the anastomosis. And instead of the patient going home the next day, the patient goes home a week later with the risks of infection and complications. So supply chain is critical. And even the smallest items can be a problem and can stop a surgery and can prevent proper care and increase risks significantly. The other point that she made that may not be obvious is that some items in orthopedic surgery and in cardiovascular surgery are returned to the manufacturer or returned to inventory. The surgeon doesn't know what size hip, knee, or cardiac valve is going to be needed for a patient until they have done the surgery. And the unused components have to be returned into inventory or returned to the manufacturer. And in orthopedics, often there are surgical tools that are specialized to the orthopedic surgery, and they have to be returned to the manufacturer. So those are a number of interesting issues And many of us think about central supply as not being related necessarily to the clinical engineering process, but we have to be more attentive. And the third point that she made in here, which is a little bit hidden, she described it as use of drones. Really, those are robots. So they're using robots to move some of these supplies through the hospital, which is quite innovative. And maybe we have enough staff to do that, maybe we don't, but it's an interesting application, and all of the implications of safety and organization in order to provide that are embedded in this talk. So I would encourage those of you who want to pursue this further to contact the author in Hangzhou. I have been to these hospitals. They are world-class hospitals, and there's much that they can share with us to improve our quality and risk profiles. Okay, we'll continue with the recordings. I think we have abstract number 98 as the next abstract from a team in Bangladesh. And this is about cervical cancer in Bangladesh and low ultrasound and AI-based portable systems for detection of cervical cancer in LMICs.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening to everyone. Myself, Fazil Hakim, and welcome to our presentation on the topic, the emergence of cervical cancer in Bangladesh. And the risk factors of cervical cancer in our country, mainly they are divided in two types, in rural and in urban areas. And we can see that a weakened immune system, infection with human papillomavirus, long-term use of contraceptive pill, having many children, having many sexual partners, not going for regular pap smear test, and starting to have sex at a young age before 17 are the main reasons of cervical cancer among the females in our country. And infection with human papilloma virus is the major causes. And also, we know that our country is underdeveloped and people of our country are not enough educated. And there is some social problems like early marriage, where the women are getting married before 18. So these are the main reasons of cervical cancer in our country. And in the right side of the slide, you can see that the service availability of cancer patients in different health facilities in Bangladesh. And most of the cancer patients are treated in tertiary and specialized hospitals, which are mainly situated in Dhaka. But in rural and most urban areas, there is not enough facilities of treating cervical cancers and also diagnosing cancers and also
out finding a technology to solve clinical engineering.
Here are the goals of the project and the final users that will be benefited from this project. The main three goals of our project is to build on and upskill existing training programs with the women-friendly and cost cancer will be undetected. And as we are a lower middle income country, we need to establish a low-cost screening facilities. Then lastly, to develop a artificial intelligence-based decision support system service examination. Found that Bangladesh has a high burden of cervical cancer due to the lack of screening and high prevalence of risk factors like early marriage, early initiation of sexual activity, multivariate sexual transmitted diseases (STDs), and socioeconomic conditions, which are all described by my previous presenter. An artificial intelligence decision support system (AIDSS) in the gynecological examination must be established for high-quality diagnosis in research-core settings where inter-observer variation in GIA will be reduced. And a smart system will be developed by 2040 to fight the cervical cancer among women in Bangladesh. Thank you everyone for your patience.
So that's all our presentation. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. Do we have anyone here from Benin who is going to talk about their presentation today? Do we have anyone from the Congo Republic to do your live presentation? We don't yet have anyone, okay? We do have those presentations though, perhaps? Okay. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking. Let's go on to a recording, also from, let's go to a change, let's use UK, the 132, the one at the end. And then I'll present some of the others that are not here, and we'll try to discuss those.
Hello, my name is Sarah Bolter, and I'd like to thank the organisers for the opportunity to present this work on exoskeleton devices. So I'm the business manager at CHEETA, which is the Centre for Healthcare Equipment and Technology Adoption. And we're based in clinical engineering at Nottingham University Hospital's NHS Trust in the UK. And we support medtech developers get the evidence needed for NHS adoption. I'm joined in this exoskeleton project by Mike Craven, Kyle Harrington and Louisa Gerard. They're all part of Mindtech, an organisation within the Institute of Mental Health at the University of Nottingham. We came together to undertake this research on the use of exoskeletons in patients with a spinal cord injury, and the work was funded by the University of Nottingham and the brand new National Rehabilitation Centre, a part of the NHS in England. In addition, we also reached out to a number of organisations that undertake rehab for people who suffered a spinal cord injury, including the Matt Hampson Foundation, Hobbs Rehab and Physiofunction. Both included patients and physios familiar with exoskeletons. There are a number of exoskeleton devices on the market, but despite evidence showing that they could deliver a number of patient benefits, they're really not widely used in the NHS. We think this is probably largely due to cost. A lot of equipment and medical devices are procured for the NHS by a service called NHS Supply Chain. Supply Chain follows an evidence-based procurement model. So they asked CHEETA if we could look at the evidence for exoskeletons and to see if there was any evidence that suggested one particular exoskeleton device had better outcomes or evidence compared to any of the others. This was largely with a view to making exoskeletons available through the NHS for patients with spinal cord injuries, so actually putting them on the framework and allowing them to be procured. But actually the particular use case for the devices was unclear, so that was part of what we were going to look at. So the main aim of the project was actually to further explore the evidence base for exoskeletons and to really sort of understand how they might be used in the NHS from both a patient, a user and a physio perspective. So we started out by undertaking a literature search, and we just looked to collect together all the published evidence that there was on exoskeletons and any research around them. And we used the findings from those articles and studies that we found as a basis to inform two sets of questions that we would then put to either patients with a spinal cord injury or physios who were involved in spinal cord injury. Some of those people had an experience of exoskeletons, but not everyone. The interviews were done via Teams with Hobbs Rehabilitation and Physiofunction. These are two private non-NHS physiotherapy service providers, and actually in person at the Get Busy Living Centre, which is a rehab facility based outside Nottingham for people seriously injured through sport. A lot of people with spinal cord injuries at the Get Busy Living Centre, and they offer bespoke physio and gym sessions for these people. The user feedback results from all of the sessions were collated into a narrative output, and all this work was done by Mike, Kyle and Louisa from Mindtech. There was actually a surprisingly high number of published articles describing research using exoskeletons, and amongst those we identified 10 systematic reviews, which, given they are the highest level of evidence, we chose to make these the focus of the study. So the articles within the reviews largely revolved around three main devices: the WeWalk, the Exo and the Indigo. There was considerable variability in the populations in these studies. They most included people with some level of spinal cord injury. So there was also a lot of variability in the outcomes given the variability in the starting population. Not least of which was the time taken to be trained in actually using the exoskeletons, with some people taking 3 or 4 months and others trained in 3 or 4 days. Typically people were proficient after sort of 3 to 6 hours per week for maybe 3 to 4 weeks, but of course this was very much dependent on the level of the spinal cord injury that the patient had sustained. The studies described a range of patient outcomes, but they all included some improvement in walking function. And they assessed the walking function with a range of different parameters, sort of total distance travelled, the speed that they travelled at, and also there was a lot of analysis of the patient gait, and this was reported in all the studies. So in addition to those improvements in walking, most studies also looked at some improvement in an physiological outcome. There was a range of these across all of the papers, but they included improvements in muscle mass and spasticity, bladder and bowel function, bone density, cardiovascular function, as well as some very important psychological outcomes. It was perhaps surprising that there were very few adverse events or complications reported, most of which actually related to device malfunction and battery issues, such as batteries not charging or overheating. And because the batteries are actually carried as an integral part of the exoskeleton, that was definitely an adverse event and not wanted. Or sometimes the device is actually moved without wanting to move, and they resulted in patient injury. I think most striking findings came from the stakeholder interviews. It was perhaps envisaged at the start of this piece of work that the exoskeletons would be used by patients to achieve some level of independent mobility and walking. However, this was absolutely not how the users viewed it. So people with spinal cord injury actually said they wouldn't use exoskeletons for independent walking because the using of the exoskeletons required them to use crutches, which takes their hands out of use. And this was considered much more limiting compared to being in a wheelchair. In addition, the fact that using the exoskeleton generally means that you need to have a spotter or a buddy with you at all times in case of trips or falls or trying to maneuver around other hazards, or in the case of a device malfunction. It was generally agreed that the largest benefit would be as a piece of physio equipment to support a physiotherapy program for the patient, and this would be under the direct care of the physio. The physios we all spoke to had a strict set of criteria that needed to be met before a patient could actually use an exoskeleton. This was largely to ensure patient safety and to limit any adverse events. The criteria included height and weight limits, suitable bone mineral density, and that actually included in some cases having a DEXA scan to ensure that patients didn't suffer any fractures. They also needed the ability to use crutches and have a good level of kind of core and trunk support to be able to support themselves on the crutches. All of the physios we spoke to actually worked in privately funded physio services rather than an NHS-led service. But they all had experience of exoskeletons as part of a physio program for patients. The key barriers that we found to uptake were price, and these devices can cost tens of thousands upwards. So that was one key barrier. And also the need for assistance getting in and out of the device, and actually having the need for a buddy to help you when you're actually using the device was also seen as a very limiting step. Very few people in the UK actually own an exoskeleton for themselves, and those that do are most likely to have had it funded either through a fundraising effort or charity funding, or sometimes a few were purchased by the patient as a result of an accident compensation payment, but that was pretty rare. Most of the devices were owned or leased by the physio providers and used as part of the physio program across a number of different patients, which is possibly the only way to make these devices sort of cost-saving. And given the drawbacks from the exoskeletons that we found in the studies and from talking to people, development of the next kind of iterations of the exoskeletons does represent quite an engineering challenge. There were some real improvements to be made, particularly around the batteries, which I said were integral to the exoskeleton device, so they need to be made safer, with a longer battery life, and much lighter and more miniaturized. And again, there could be engineering and technological challenges around changing the format of the device so that maybe they're easier to get in and out. So the overall conclusions of the study were that stakeholder engagement is absolutely key for this type of a device, and that the value proposition of an exoskeleton within the NHS would be to support better physiotherapy programs and see key improvements in bodily functions and physiology rather than as a lifestyle device for ad hoc use. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, so my dear clinical engineering colleagues, how many of you view exoskeletons as part of your job description and responsibilities? Interesting. What is the largest cause of nurse injuries in hospitals and healthcare? Moving patients, trying to lift and reposition patients. You can't leave a patient in the same place. They develop decubitus ulcers. They often can't move themselves, and nurses hurt themselves, and they're out of work. They're unable to do their job. And this is a global problem. So that's one aspect of risk management, protecting the nurses and the aides. One of the biggest causes of harm to patients who are helpless and vulnerable is being dropped. My father was dropped off of a Hoyer lift at 88 years old after a stroke. That lift that's out here picks a patient up with a lever, pumps them up. Nurses don't understand physics. They don't understand center of gravity. They don't understand the fact that if you put a patient who is helpless in a sling and you move that patient off the center of balance, the patient can fall. Now they're taught that, but they don't understand physics. So exoskeletons may in fact become part of our obligations, especially in a world where we have more and more obese patients and older fragile patients. So risk management is in two dimensions here. Interesting thing perhaps to think about. Not that I ever thought that my job as a clinical engineer would include that. But then again, why not? All right, I'm going to channel my colleagues from Italy in Abstract 149. Stefano Bergamasco is one of the Global Clinical Engineering Alliance founders. Their group in Lombardy region was one of the groups that had the worst and earliest COVID deaths. If you look in the literature, terrible, terrible time. So they're exploring a lot of things, not specifically related to COVID. I'll try to channel Stefano and his team's concepts about ChatGPT and creation of technical documentation. Again, most of us have not thought about clinical engineering and ChatGPT or generative technologies as our areas of expertise. But perhaps there are some contributions. So can we have that slide up, 149, please? And go to the second slide. And the next slide. So you can pull it on full screen. Utilization of ChatGPT, producing technical documentation required for medical device certification. So we'll have to see what they mean by medical device certification. So it says, identifying risks associated with device usage, insight into clinical implications, and streamlining the brainstorming process despite limitations like generating unreliable bibliographic references. Initial results indicate a promising future for AI integration for regulatory processes. So basically, when you take a medical device to the regulatory agencies, they expect you to have a comprehensive bibliographic search. I was part of the Ben Franklin Technology Innovation Center. We gave grants of $50,000 to $100,000 to medical device and pharmaceutical companies. And they would provide us with their profile of research, and I would look at their references, and I would find they were deficient, because when I looked, I found competing products that they didn't even identify. I found competing technologies that they didn't even identify. I found risks that they didn't even identify. So what he's saying is using ChatGPT perhaps as a tool to help them find information to help deal with the regulatory process, because the regulatory agencies, they're not stupid. They look in the literature also. They look to find out what has already been known about this technology. Next slide. Using ChatGPT to assist in creating comprehensive, accurate technical documentation for certification. I need to talk to these folks because I need to have their help with the Hacking COVID archives, using a tool like ChatGPT to summarize telemedicine, telehealth, innovative processes. It's all in my head, but how can we get a tool like that to do this? Deeper insights enable a more focused approach to addressing strategic tasks, ensuring the production of high quality, well-documented, and safer medical devices. Next slide. Results. Preliminary brainstorming of safety features and clinical efficacy aspects of a wide range of devices. Dermatoscopes, I'm not sure what that is, skin examination, I guess, and gynecologic examination tables, cardiac needles for cardiopulmonary bypass. If we go back to the earlier example of an exoskeleton, if someone told me I needed to examine exoskeletons, I would go into the literature and I would try to find out what was known about the limitations. Where were they used? Military, industry. What applications have they been successful? What applications have been unsuccessful? What are the known risks and limitations? And that's an important part of design of any device. It's an important part of the thinking. So they're saying using it for the preliminary brainstorming of safety features. I can't tell you how many companies have proposed infusion pumps or monitors and they don't have the basic safety functions and features that have already been well documented in the literature. So they're saying use an artificial intelligence tool like ChatGPT to help summarize the literature in order to come to a conclusion about what are the necessary features. In a ventilator, for example, you have to have an alarm system for circuit disconnect. You shouldn't have to discover that late in the design process. That should be an essential part of how the ventilator is designed. It says overall the initial application experiences are promising and it's clear that tools like ChatGPT will increasingly serve beneficial aids in drafting complex technical documents in the regulatory field. That's a great idea. It's an interesting innovation. I personally have not had time to work with ChatGPT. Have any of you worked with ChatGPT?
Yeah, I just want to give some explanation on this.
Yes, please.
So I have, there is a ISO.
Speak up.
Is it audible?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a ISO 13485. There is a requirement of technical document. So when I tried with the ChatGPT to extract the documentation for technical file, so I tried in a different way, by giving prompt in the ChatGPT. But I couldn't get those requirement from ChatGPT. So I don't know how to get it through ChatGPT because the title presentation exploring the use of ChatGPT. Still now I didn't get a conclusion on how to get it.
I don't have the answer either. My understanding though is you can give ChatGPT a body of literature and ask it to summarize literature. And then you can steer it to give you certain aspects of literature, such as risk analysis or failure mode analysis. But that's what Stefano and his team may be able to answer. Send him an email and send his team an email and see if you can get some guidance on that. I can tell you I teach graduate courses and it's frustrating sometimes. I have graduate students who should be able to do that kind of research and extraction, and they're used to, they go to Google and they look at the first 20 things they find and they say, oh, this is all that's known about the literature. Well, that's not true. That's not true at all. In the National Library of Medicine, in the Euro PMC version of the National Library of Medicine, are massive abstracts related to various technologies. And you can extract those paragraphs, multi-paragraphs, you can put them in a document, and then you can ask ChatGPT to summarize what it finds. Just an idea. But I'm not an expert.
Yeah, that is true. Technical documentation we didn't find. But suppose you want any SOP related your process, that you can get it through ChatGPT. You have to give some prompt, regarding infusion pump SOP. You may get some documented data from the ChatGPT, but not the technical file. I have not got any at least from Google. I have found some different companies, technical files, not with the ChatGPT.
Well, again, presumably with ChatGPT, you could get the specification sheets for the 5 manufacturers who have a product, put that into a document, and ask ChatGPT to summarize the document. It should be able to find some common features, common requirements, common behaviors. But I haven't done it. This is what we have to ask our colleagues in Italy to learn from.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. The second, number 148, is Martha Tusabi from the Democratic Republic of Congo on equipment decontamination, a missed opportunity in healthcare equipment maintenance in LMICs. While that's there, can you bring that up again? Let's just see if they have anything else beyond that discussion. I don't think there is. Those were the conclusions. Just go down to the end of it.
It's the end. That's all. We don't have anything more.
No more? Okay. So let's go to number 148, please. Equipment decontamination is really a significant issue, and it's overlooked. Ventilators have exhaled tuberculosis particles, pneumonia particles. There are all sorts of fungus that can be in ventilator circuits. My company, Medic, owned 20,000 ventilators that we rented all over the U.S., and decontamination was a big challenge and issue for us. And that's true for a lot of patient care technologies and devices. So let's go to the next slide. And she apparently is a technical officer for WHO, and therefore she has a across all of Africa experience in what they've dealt with. Next slide. 50,000 kinds of medical equipment used on patients. A few available in Africa are shared with hundreds of patients, which increases the risk of nosocomial infections, hospital-acquired infections between patients. Poor medical equipment maintenance spreads nosocomial infections. I've been in U.S. hospitals where they take a ventilator in the intensive care unit and they just move it from room to room to room without a cleaning process or decontamination process. We at Medic bid on the cleaning and decontamination of ventilators for hospitals, and they didn't want to pay for it because they weren't actually doing that process in the hospital. So there's, especially in ventilators, the circuits, but ECMO, open heart, there are many, many products that can be contaminated. Study was done to investigate the role of medical equipment in the spread of hospital-acquired infections, and included equipment in good working condition, and from different parts of the hospital, and medical equipment in the hospital were disinfected with alcohol before collecting samples. Oh, and by the way, how many medical doctors use their cell phones or their tablets or PCs as they go from patient to patient to patient, and they're touching their phones, they're touching the patients, and they're spreading the contamination from room to room to room. Yeah, interesting set of challenges. I already know where this study is going to go. Next. Goals and benefit, to identify bacterial organisms on surfaces of medical equipment, beneficiaries, risk to patients and health workers, and biomedical engineers in each department. Next slide. 9 of 10 pieces of equipment were positive for bacterial microorganisms associated with infections in LMICs. 2 of every 3 pieces of equipment were contaminated at 2 or more locations. 73% in the neonatal department, which is pretty frustrating. 60% in the imaging department and 42% in the surgery. And that's interesting because, you know, the surgery has a habit of sterilization and decontamination. But even in the operating room, in the US, I can't speak for around the world, if a surgeon drops an instrument during surgery, we use what's called flash sterilization, which is a very, very rapid cycle sterilization, but it actually isn't sterilization. At best, it's decontamination. There's not time to fully scrub and sterilize that instrument, and it's used. We also have a lot of minimally invasive devices of various scopes that are used, and when I go to the hospital, I want to be the first patient of the day. When all the instruments have been disinfected overnight. I don't want to be the last patient of the day when it has been used again and again and again with 5, 6, 8 different patients. Understanding the role of medical equipment in the spread of hospital-acquired infections is extremely important, certainly to protect our staff. And remember, a lot of this concern kind of shot to the top during the pandemic because there were a lot of things we didn't understand about the COVID phenomena, the disease, the organisms. And we didn't even know what compounds would work. We didn't know if ultraviolet C would work. There were many things we didn't know. But this is fairly fundamental, and we, the Global Clinical Engineering Alliance and IFMBE, have several video recordings that you're welcome to look at on the topic. The spread of bacterial infections resistant to multiple antibiotics, so that's a growing challenge around the world, and strong support for strengthening overall disinfection and sterilization practices. I've worked in low and middle income countries for almost 5 decades. When I worked in the former Soviet countries, Bulgaria, Moldova, Romania, it was not uncommon to see surgical gloves washed and hung up on a drying rack, and they're turning brown and brittle. Surgical gloves, actually, we did a study at ECRI, they lose their barrier after 1 use. After 2 uses, they're almost useless. 1 use. And yet people, and I'm not making fun, this is by necessity, they have to use them, and it's the best they can do. But these are learning experiences. If you take a medical glove and use it one time and then pump air into it and then see how long it takes to deflate, you'll discover that it is broken down after only 1 or 2 uses. Next slide. Oh, well, I spoke a lot more than our colleague from the Democratic Republic of Congo did. This is hopefully useful to our field and to the record. And it's, honestly, this is not just LMICs. This is all over the world. This is a challenge, and it's a growing challenge with multiple drug-resistant antibiotics and fungicides. Hanan. Yes, you're not on. Try it again. Here.
My question is, who should disinfect medical devices? The nurses, the BMEs, the BME technician, someone who's dedicated, his job just is disinfected devices. I will tell you, in Kuwait, I witnessed that experience myself when I was working for one of the Ministry of Health hospitals. We used to receive devices, medical devices, especially suction pumps and infusion pumps that are completely contaminated, right. And we had to repair them and calibrate them and so on to do the technical work. And after a while, our technician got sick. They got infected with so many bacterial and viral infection multiple times that they utilized all their paid medical leave. So they stopped. They said, okay, whenever we repair this equipment, we get sick, we run out of our leave, so I'm not going to take non-paid leave for someone who doesn't care how to use the equipment and how to disinfect the equipment. So who should do that job?
Okay. The way it in the US should work is there is a central supply on a particular floor or wing that recovers the suction system, cleans it, reprocesses it, puts it in a bag, and makes it available for the next use. Medic owned 500,000, 500,000 medical devices, and we rented it in the hospital overnight for a week, for a month, and when it came back, it was completely disinfected, put in a bag, and it was returned to the hospital in a clean, decontaminated form. Different hospitals have different resources. Nurses only have a little bit of time, and again, they're not technically trained. So most hospitals in the US have tried to have a central supply, a centralized cleaning and disinfection team who's responsible for that and who does periodic swabbing and checking to see if they're doing it correctly. But if you have department-owned technologies that are just being moved around in the department probably should have a person who's responsible for that once a day, overnight, to clean and process, or send someone to the department to do that.
We do have central sterilization department in every hospital. They do sterilize surgical equipment, but they don't touch anything that has an electrical component.
Really? Okay. Well, I mean, that's an opportunity for improvement. And it's, again, there's no pointing fingers at anybody other than we've met the enemy, and it's us human beings. We are the weakest link. Nobody wants to touch the equipment, so nobody touches the equipment. And so it goes around from place to place to place, and technicians and engineers get sick, and patients get sick. That's not a good situation. So again, you know, we have to find the right way in each hospital, in each region, each country to address it.
Recommend that we communicate with the central sterilization department and ask them to hire a person, or should we take that responsibility and do it ourselves? So which is more feasible?
I don't think there's an answer that's universal. I have to look at the cost and the training and skills. If your central supply people don't have those skills and capabilities, telling them to do it, unless you have the authority, is not going to get it done. So it may be us. In the case of Medic, we had the clinical and engineering expertise, and we did it. But I can't speak for any hospital or health system, but it is an important issue. Okay, let's move on to the next presentation, which is number 114. Well, let's go to 162 from Benin. So we had a whole section on healthcare, or home care, and community care centers and technologies. One of the areas that we identified in the Canadian Standards Association review is decontamination and waste management in the home care and non-hospital settings. You know, what do they do with breathing circuits that have been contaminated with tuberculosis? Do they throw it into the regular trash? Do they put it into some kind of biologic waste disposal? What should they be doing with those things? And there's not a consistent answer, but it is obviously another risk. If you send someone home with technologies, they're doing wound care, they have staph infections, they have fungus infections, they have pneumonia, the products that they have been using have high risk. Even though the bandages for wound care can be contaminated, especially during COVID, but you know, in day-to-day care, these are risks. So let's take a look at what our colleague has said about this in another part of the world. Next slide. Oh, I'm challenged because my French is very poor. So we may not be able to. So incineration is one method, biomedical incineration, environmental issues with incineration. And this is, I mean, this is a real challenge because you have, as you do more home care, and even in the hospital setting or clinic setting, you don't have necessarily the resources to deal with contaminated waste. And you can't, well, another problem is that throwing plastics into the landfill creates a long-term contamination problem for the landfill. So, you know, this is a common problem around the globe. Look at masks that we use, the PPE that we used during the pandemic, and they're all over beaches. They're all over oceans. They're all over landfill areas. And those are made out of a poly material that doesn't biodegrade, and when it does biodegrade, it turns into microparticles and nanoparticles. So it's multifaceted. And if you burn these materials, they have toxic smoke. So you can't just burn them without creating respiratory risks, lung damage, brain damage. And what we learned from electrosurgical units is that many organisms survive burning. They actually float up on the particles, and nurses in operating rooms have been subjected to viruses that have survived because they're floating on the particles. So we have waste scavenging. So it's a significant challenge. Next slide. They're talking about consumables, which is a significant issue. Another issue with elders and seniors is they are incontinent. They have diapers, for lack of a better word. And how are those cleaned? How are those disposed of? They can be reusable diapers or they can be disposable diapers. Those are very hard to properly dispose of. And if they have an infection, that infection is in their fecal material. COVID travels in the fecal material. So how is that handled? How are they disposed of? This is a very depressing section, isn't it? But it is an important area for risk management. A very, very important area. Next slide. I'm afraid I can't. The cost estimate for elimination of these products in that region is 250 to 270,000 euros, US dollars. It's a lot of money. And it says, I guess, for 2 years is what it's looking at, and this is over 4 years, a 4 years estimate of the costs. That's an unsustainable amount of money for a small country or region. It can't be done. And you'll see this, if you want to see a discussion of this, look at our free Canadian Standards Association article, report done by 4 clinical engineers, 4 of our colleagues, that document the waste disposal challenges for home care settings. Next slide. I think at the bottom the issue is, how do they finance this? And so we have in the U.S., in California, if you buy an electronic device, when you buy it, you pay a disposal fee. And the companies are obligated to dispose of the laptop or TV dealing with the lead and cadmium and nickel that are in the components. So you prepay. But that means that every patient has to pay a bit more for the disposable items, and the hospital has to pay more. Next slide. Well, it looks beautiful on the right-hand side anyway. This looks pretty scary on the left-hand side, but that's probably true in many, 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 many areas. I can tell you in the U.S., there's a major teaching hospital in Philadelphia that doesn't do its own laundry. It puts their contaminated laundry in trucks, and they're driven up to Boston, of all places. So you're talking about driving about 6 hours to a place that does laundry and decontamination and returns it to the hospital, and that apparently is cheaper than trying to do it in the Philadelphia hospital itself. So I don't know what the solution or innovation has to be, but it is clearly an issue and challenge around the world. Next slide. Okay. I hope we've done justice to our colleagues in this presentation. We've done our best. And then I can dance. Not as well as Tom Judd, but I can try. I think we have one more we have the other Italian presentation, number 114. Definition, implementation, and continuous improvement of a risk management system for medical devices. Ilara Sirotic. Next slide. And this is this is the AIC is the Italian Clinical Engineering Society. And continuous risk improvement is a requirement of good manufacturing practices. It's a requirement of ISO processes. So let's see what they have to say. I hope it's not in Italian. Next slide. They developed an IT tool that allows to implement a risk management system according to ISO 14971, considering the EU requirements of 2017. Manages identification, evaluation, and reductions of risks, and also compares them to the clinical benefit claimed by the manufacturer. Turns positive outcomes for the patient, public health, and patient management, assessing the benefit-risk ratio and updating it with the input from real life. Next slide. Looking at a work instrument to adjust to the needs of medical device manufacturer that's iterative, continuously maintained and updated. Gathered from the preventive maintenance system, whose results are input to the ongoing update of technical documentation. Software is based on a failure mode and effects analysis method, and it has been developed using clinical benefit management and relationship with residual risks. Most of all European manufacturers are done, but clinical engineers who assess technologies and provide clinical continuous improvement. I'm not quite sure, or also clinical engineers who assess technologies. So continuous improvement looks at, instead of 95% quality, it looks at statistical process control to constantly reduce the error, reduce the failure, trying to get to perfection at all times. And when you find a failure, finding out what the root cause and the failure mode and effect, and then fixing that. So you're constantly trying to get up to 100%, accepting the fact that there will be failures, anticipating the fact that the batteries will fail unexpectedly or devices will fail unexpectedly. And this is one of the major methods of being advocated for more intelligent preventive maintenance cycles, based on failure mode and failure analysis rather than just every 6 months or every year, which is very, very hard to maintain at scale. Next slide. They have a prototype of a database for risk management. They have software, it's in Italian, so I can't tell you what it is. But this is the database structure, and this apparently is a component risk assessment. And it says the adhesives are used as a final seal on the outside of the distal end of the endoscope. The chemicals used are not biocompatible. So it's a finding of a root cause of a failure of endoscopes, which are very expensive. And perhaps a different kind of adhesive or a different set of materials or a different cleaning methodology would be appropriate for this product. Next. Oh, well, that was short. Do we have any others that we haven't yet discussed? We did the one from Republic of Congo, the Democratic Republic. We did China. We did Bangladesh. We have one more, number 27, which is recorded. Hallelujah, I get a break. Number 27.
Hello everyone, my name is Lu Qipeng. I really appreciate the opportunity to present. The theme of my talk is a multi-leaf polymeter continuous quality improvement project for Linux. Malignant tumor is one of the diseases that has become a major threat to people's health. Radiotherapy equipment has brought more hope to cure of cancer patients. My presentation will take about 10 minutes and is divided into the following main areas. Firstly, I will going to look at my issue, my hospital and the team. Secondly, I will move to the issue of why are we doing this project. Then I will move on to goals of the project. Finally, I will focus on results and the prospect of the project. I'd like to give you some background information on my institution. Zhejiang Cancer Hospital, founded in October 1963, is one of the earliest 4 cancer specialized hospitals in China to maintain the highest standards of excellence in patient care, cancer prevention, research, education, rehabilitation, and is ranked among the top 10 best cancer hospitals of China for 8 years. House is ranked third in cancer hospitals of China for performance as 7th of National Public Hospital, which is first published in 2020. Well, I'm delighted to be here today to tell you about my team. They are very great and nice partners. Let's move on to the next section. Okay, why are we doing this project? In 2019, we analyzed 349 maintenance blocks of Linux and found that 43% of events were caused by functional faults and 31% by parametric faults. The downtime accounting for 72.4% of the total downtime. Through the analysis, parametric faults are the potential factors leading to functional faults. According to parameter law, we focus on functional faults and parametric faults. To narrow the sample range, we select 3 Walian Linux. 50 reports completed from January to December 2019 were set as a control group, and 33 reports from January to December 2020 were set as experimental group. The equipment models were clinical 2-3EX and Challenge. We set up a quality improvement team, including 8 engineers. The problems in the activities were discussed, analyzed, and summarized, including the score of equipment operation, the score of external and internal factors. And the circle was repeatedly to achieve the activity. The control group adopted routine management, daily inspection every month, PM every 6 months, and maintenance by factory engineers twice a year. MTTR and MTTF were used to measure the operation reliability of Linux. The cause of failure are determined by the quality reorganization members, according to the 4M1E, and the quality control steps are drawn up one by one. The cause of downtime are divided into 11 categories. 6 of these categories were used in KCC activity. Parameter deviation, lack of responsibility, wrong operation, skirt bolt fault, communication fail, wear of parts. Now, let's turn to goal of the project. From the quality improvement project of Linux, it has caused us to think about how to change from the traditional fix after failure to the prospective maintenance of preventive maintenance, which can not only improve normal operation of the equipment, but also improve the economic of hospital and achieve the utility goal of improving patient service. If you look at this graph, you will see that percentage before improvement was 0.928 and decreased to 0.375% after improvement. And the score of experimental group was significantly higher than the control group. The operation of physics parts were significantly improved. along with the failure rate of transmission path plunged by 19.69%. The MTTR of external group all decreased, except for the lack of responsibility. Well, we did an interesting thing in order to verify whether our measures were really feasible or accidental. This is we did not make any improvement measures in 2021. And the result, as shown in the green part of the table, was a significant uptrend in failures rates and downtimes. So, how to do healthcare for sicker? Engineering well, as Dr. Yading said in the lecture in China this summer. The three most impressive words in my mind is error, hazard, risk. Risk management is concerned with patient care, the potential of human, physical, social, and information resource, as well as with the general credibility of the institution and the professionals who work there. As managers, we should at least gather the evidence, analyze the evidence, verify error, caching, report, and record keeping. Of course, these are subject to local policy and regulations. In 2022, the number of radiotherapy equipment per billion population in Zhejiang, China was 1.92, and the number of simulation was 83. The gap between the number of equipment in Zhejiang and the recommended by the WHO is closing. With the aging of population in China, the number of new cancer cases in China will continue to increase in the next few days. The problem of regional medical resource allocation, there is a large gap in the utilization rate of Linux in different regions. On the other hand, maintenance personnel count for only 2.6% of radiation therapy practitioners of Zhejiang. Among them, there is a significant difference between the requirements of maintenance engineer allocation in Zhejiang and the recommended of in-house energies according to the IAEA guidelines for formulating radiotherapy plans. That's everything I'd like to cover today. Thanks for listening. Do feel free to contact me via my email if you think of any further questions. Thank you.
Good.
Behind the safe disposal. As you know, in Kuwait, we don't have regulation. I have been saying this for so long. And I wanted to see what other people are tackling similar approaches.
Okay. That's an important area. Anyone want to share thoughts about that?
Yeah. Goes for the servicing of the equipment. Either there are different categories like radiology, or there is a critical equipment. So what are the risk assessment? How we can prepare the risk assessment for define those categories? For radiology, what are the risk assessment? for the critical equipment like ventilator or for dialysis, what are the risk assessment?
Okay.
That process we need.
All right, so that's a different topic. Does anyone, we'll come to that. Does anyone want to comment on the question of disposal? The life cycle, because obviously that is a significant issue. One of the opportunities might be working on donations of equipment and repurposing of equipment, which I've done in the U.S. and I did in the former Soviet Republic. The Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, there was a lot of usable equipment that was no longer needed. We'd replaced it with newer equipment. At Medic, we had thousands of old MA1 ventilators and Bear 1 ventilators. And so maybe that's, instead of putting something in landfill, providing those devices or using those devices as spare parts so that people who do have those devices somewhere else can acquire sensors or circuit boards or something else. And maybe there's a community opportunity in the IFMBE or global CEA to create some kind of knowledge base. Things that we think are obsolete somewhere else are being used every day. And parts may not be available from the manufacturer anymore. You go to Cuba, you see American cars from the 1950s and 60s still on the road, and so they need those parts, and they haven't been made for half a century.
May I comment on what you have just said? Once we approach a charity organization in Kuwait that is well established and helped a lot of African countries, and we started the conversation. We have at MOH a lot of equipment that are still functioning, but we no longer need them. Would you be interested in shipping them to Africa? Especially that they do build hospitals and the clinic in different African countries. The idea that they are receiving donation is exciting, but sometimes it's not economically feasible because they are thinking of shipping the item all the way to an African country in a rural area, the registration and the taxes, the duties that they have to pay. Sometimes they think it's cheaper and more effective of buying a brand new device that we know that can be supported than shipping an old device all the way to a rural area.
That's fair, and also they receive funds from World Bank or from USAID or from their other colleagues and funding agencies, Asia Development Bank, and they're required to buy new products with those funds. They're not allowed to buy used products. But maybe with our partners in African countries, maybe we can set up something that's more efficient, that we're not trying to do it all ourselves in Kuwait or the United States, but have a team who can make a small business out of it in Ghana or in somewhere else. I don't know. I don't have an answer, but I hate to throw away a perfectly good piece of equipment that could save a child's life. And to your question, I think that there have been many methods for determining risk assessment, and you can find them. One of the popular ones is a heat map. If you look up articles by Larry Fenico and more recent articles by Steve Grimes, there are articles that talk about how to assess the relative risk, and a heat map, things that are in the lower corner that are blue and not much heat, those we don't pay much attention to. Things that are in the upper corner that are red hot, those are the things that can kill patient and fail frequently. And those become the high priority devices. And there's a whole methodology based around that. Larry Fenico is a good friend, and he said, please don't keep using that model because it's out of date. But it's one way of identifying risk and deciding priorities. A more modern way is what's called reliability-centered maintenance. And reliability-centered maintenance is like what the aircraft used. They used to take the engines off of an airplane after 10,000 hours of flight, They would take them all apart, inspect all the parts, put them back together, and put them back on an airplane. But what they found is they broke a lot of things while they were doing that, and it actually caused more failures than less. So the modern engines are designed with sensors in them, and as they find heat or vibrations, then they do the maintenance based on those impending failures. Automobiles are like that now. There's a lot of sensors that are used for predictive maintenance requirements. There's a book that's published on Amazon by my colleague Bin-Sang Wang, W-A-N-G, that talks about methodologies, and he has been my partner in maintenance methodologies, and he's published articles in the literature that talk about using more modern methods. There's no reason to fix something that's extremely reliable. And one of the challenges we have is that a lot of electronic devices are not prone to mechanical failures. So if we spend a lot of time testing a monitor that has been fully reliable and hasn't failed in 5 years, why are we wasting our time inspecting that monitor? But if we have a product that is like an infant apnea monitor, and because of the sensors it fails, we ought to be looking at not the monitor but the sensors. Another colleague talked about throwing out leads on a regular basis, replacing leads with only high-quality leads so that the whole system works more reliably. I think this is a really interesting area to perhaps write a short article for the journal that we could kind of have a working group in IFMBE to look at what are the best methods. In my own experience with 500,000 medical devices, I knew which devices failed a lot, and I knew which devices didn't fail very much. And the other issue that is hidden is how the environment of use. If the nurses, you know, a lot of nurses have lovely, long, polished fingernails, and instead of touching the screen, they use a pen to stab at the screen, and they damage the screens. So the environment of care is very hostile. What cleaning chemicals are used? 70% isopropyl, 95% isopropyl, quaternary ammonia. All of these things have different impacts on devices. So the environment of care, how they're used, how they're abused, how they're stored, how frequently they're cleaned, that all affects the decision about what are the necessary preventive and corrective maintenance strategies. There's no universal answer. A long time ago, 30 years ago, the American Hospital Association tried to create a matrix by product of what the recommended intervals were, but that's history. That's ancient history. Other topics that you folks were interested in? If not, we can release some time. You can have some free time, maybe try to take a tour of AMTZ or get ready for your lunch or whatever else you have planned for your afternoon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Because I know the first one. No, okay. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, bless you. Thank you for being here. We're going to celebrate the session of Women in Clinical Engineering in this Congress. It's a pleasure for me to say that this is the first time that we celebrate this track in this kind of Congress, and it is the result of an initiative from the Clinical Engineering Division of the IFMBE to give a voice and to give a space to the women that work in clinical engineering. And tomorrow we're going to have a panel to complete activities in this track, where we are going to talk about this initiative, and we have a nice conversation with some of our colleagues in clinical engineering. But today, we're going to present 8
papers that were sent, and that will present 8 different visions that what means to be women and clinical engineer. So we're going to begin with a paper from Rwanda, from Francine Umutesi, that is called Women's Resilience in Fighting Against COVID-19 Pandemic, Women in Clinical Engineering and Technology in Rwanda. So she couldn't come, and she sent the document that you can see here. And well, let's try to analyze this document. They say that in pandemic, they had 30 volunteers that applied to support the efforts against the COVID, right? And Francine and her team belongs to the Association of Medical Engineers in Rwanda and the Division of Medical Technology. So she says that the 4 young women stood out from the beginning and volunteered right after getting married. This is interesting, and the idea behind this track is to discuss, to analyze, and to reflect over the different aspects that surrounds us as females and as engineers. And one of the aspects that comes on the table over and over is the fact that as a persons, most of us have family, have husbands, have children, and many other responsibilities that sometimes fight against the professional work. And in spite of that, work done, and most of our colleagues are permanent in their professional development. And Francine is one of them. I can say that she's one of the most dynamic engineers in Africa, and her efforts on, in this case, on COVID-19 attendance emergencies are remarkable. So she says that these 4 young clinical engineers gave birth while supporting oxygen distribution activities. Yeah, and one of them that is in the picture was among the technicians that was assigned to fill the oxygen cylinders and the filling station. Can we move forward, please? And you can see her in her duty, yes, and she was pregnant, and she had her baby, a healthy, surely beautiful baby, and after she was a mom, she became a mom, she came back to work. So this is the size of the kind of the quality of people we're talking about, right? And if we continue, please. Okay, they were working over 6 weeks each, and 3 or more of the team, that Francine's team, were moms also on this period. So, can we turn it around? So, we have pictures of the girls and their everyday job assignments. And let me read the conclusions from these presentations. It says, in December 2020, the Medical Technology Division of Rwanda Biomedical Center is led by a woman. Before 2020, less than 10% of biomedical engineers and technicians were counted among the health sector engineering and technology teams. During COVID-19 pandemic response, they showed their worth, and the situation has tremendously changed ever since. About 47% are women as of today. Hospitals appreciate the contribution of young graduated ladies who are making a difference in the healthcare facilities and asset management while contributing to an improvement of the overall service delivery outcomes. This is an example, and this is a kind of a common example of how young girls, young women are facing the challenges that stood before us. And pandemic is one clear example, and we have lots of examples like this that I will try to show you tomorrow, because there are a lot of information that we received, but stories like this are common. So this is Francine Mutesi. This is her story. It was short, but I invite you to read the abstract in the proceedings. I think it will be inspiring. So we will continue with another symbol of female clinical engineering in the world, Marie-Ange Jambier. She's from Canada, and Ishtar Altair. And they're going to present us the paper, Women in STEAM in Clinical Engineering Departments, a survey analysis in Canada. So let's watch the video.
States a survey across Canada on women in clinical engineering. So these are the results of the survey. We've got 14 responses across Canada, about from the government versus around 80% of them said that they were coming in from hospital. And so out of the 14, we've got the majority of that they are clinical engineering departments on their location. Just to give you a geographical idea of where we are, the 7 provinces came together for responding of the survey. So the 14 responses came from 7 different provinces. One province in particular had multiple responses. Same thing with British Columbia and Ontario. They came up with multiple responses just because they do have more organizations within their provinces. So one of the questions is, what is the title of the department of the person who's responding to their survey? And we came up with 4 different responses. Biomedical engineering came in at 50%. Medical engineering, clinical engineering, and clinical engineering project management specialist were the other names that were called for the same department doing the same work. So we can see that there is a lot of variety in what we are titling ourselves as clinical engineers within Canada. Breaking this down even further, we can see that there is a lot of variations in the naming convention within provinces, but even within the same province, there's a lot of variety. For example, 4 respondents from Ontario said biomedical engineer was what they called themselves, but 1 in Ontario also said clinical engineer, and 2 more said medical engineer from Ontario. So a lot of variety across different provinces, calling themselves different names for their same departments doing the same work. The next question that we wanted to get the answer for is what the gender breakdown is across their clinical engineering department. So we asked for the number of self-identified women and staff within the department, and we figured out the ratio of each within each of the surveyors. On average, we have 26.7% women to staff ratio within the clinical engineering departments across our 14 respondents. And we can see that there are some that are higher, 42% and 50%, whereas some that are lower, so 11 and 13%. So it just varies within the province and within the organization. Taking this down even further, we've looked into the ratio of women to men within each of the roles and titles in the clinical engineering department. So we've got those coming in from executive director, which is 1 woman, all the way down to other, which is students, interns, co-ops, and so on and so forth. We can see that directors, managers, supervisors, senior techs or team leaders, and BMETs are all skewed in towards the men, whereas engineer and admin have more women in this role. In particular, I would look at the BMET, which is 5 to 1, men to women, and the engineer, which is almost the opposite flipped, where there are more women to men in this field.
We asked the participants to list how many self-identified women there are in the compensated supervisory roles in their department. So you can see that this is the directors, supervisors, managers, senior techs and team leaders, engineers and VPs. And you can see again that directors, supervisors, and managers, as well as senior techs or team leaders, are higher in the men ratio versus women have higher participants in the engineer position, and it's equal within the VP position for the 14 participants. So more men in a compensated supervisory role. We also wanted to understand the role ratio between leadership positions without a supervisory role between the women and men. So again, more skewed to men in general, with higher BMETs 38 versus BMET 23, men to women. Senior techs 15 to 5, men to women, and you can see that this is a tripling between the senior techs. And clinical engineers 7 to 12. So we do have more clinical engineers, clinical engineering women versus men in a leadership position without a supervisory role. The next thing that we wanted to find out is a licensed professional engineer, how many there are in Canada. These do not include engineers in training. These are just the licensed professional engineers. A bit of a closer percentage between women and men, but you can see here that when it is a man in this position, there are many managers and directors versus women are fewer managers and directors and more clinical engineers. We asked the surveyors if there is a gender diversity and inclusion initiative policy within their organization. The majority of them said either yes, their department has, or the organizational has, whereas just over half said that no, they do not have, or they do not know if they do have or do not have. One thing to point out is that a couple of our respondents said that hiring is not based on merit in their organization, which is not the question that was asked, because we were just looking in to see if there were any initiatives and policies for gender diversity, rather than necessarily stating that it has to be part of the hiring process. We took a deeper dive on what this meant in terms of the link back into the percentage of women to staff in the organization. And we see that the respondents who said that yes, their department has, and yes, their organization has some of the higher percentages of women to men in their organization, in their department, sorry, versus those that said no, the organization does not have a gender diversity initiative, have a lower percentage of women to men. Now, we can't take a direct correlation between these just because we only have 14 participants in our survey. But we can say that there is a possibility of a link between having a gender diversity initiative and having a gender diverse department. So what does this data mean in terms of the positives? We are on track for 30 by 30. So we're having 30% of women engineers by the year of 2030. We are doing great in clinical engineering, but women in BMETs can improve, and the numbers of women in top tier positions, so directors, executives, managers, and supervisors, can also do with some improvement. We are close to equal on women to men percentage of licensed professional engineers, which is great. And we saw that there is a possibility of a relation between initiatives and policies and percentage of women on staff. So the one that had a 42% ratio, for example, was UHN, and they specifically have an initiative for gender diversity within their clinical engineering department. So good link. However, we also have some results from our survey that are not so positive. So we can see that we are 26.7% on average women to men, which is good, but not great. And most definitely some organizations are doing better than others. So there's a lot of work that can still be done in the future. Even though we've got near equal PEng, which is our professional engineering percentage of women to men, we can see a disparity in roles. So there were more PEng men in leadership positions, so director and manager, versus women. We do not have the initiatives and policies for gender diversity that trickle down into the department. So a lot of times that there are in the organization, but not necessarily within the clinical engineering department itself. We also need to do a better job of differentiating between just education and hiring initiatives, because there are many that automatically believe that the hiring initiative is what we are talking about. We don't have a standard naming convention for ourselves, clinical engineer versus biomedical engineer versus medical, and there's a lot of variations within our province. So definitely to do better on marketing ourselves, to be able to market ourselves to others. And I do have to point out that there are no responses in this survey from industry partners. They didn't believe that they belonged in the clinical engineering field, and so they did not want to participate. This is the words of one of them. So I just let you know that we do have limited visibility of them in this survey. So what are the recommendations? We do need more initiatives and policies in the clinical engineering department specifically. We want better promotion of women in STEM and more specifically in BMET programs. We want to improve the career track of women in STEM. So how do they go up the ladder and how do they go into the higher tiers? Whether we break the fear and the hesitancy of these barriers, whether we bring in more mentorship roles for the soft skills and how to become a leader, or whether we create more positions such as a senior engineer, for example, so that there are more areas where women can rise. We need to promote the hiring of women in general, but also men going into roles that are not typically seen as those for men. So for example, the administrative roles, you saw that there was a high percentage of women to men in this one. So we need diversity in general, because once we have a diverse team, we always have a better workflow and a better efficiency in that team. You feel free to reach out to myself or Marianne for more information or for more suggestions. But from now on, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Ishtar Altahir. I'm
detected. So let's watch what she has to say about the topic. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ewa Zalewska from Warsaw, Poland, professor in biomedical engineering and clinical engineer, president of the Clinical Engineering Association of Poland. My presentation is to argue why women's unique aptitudes are valuable and desirable in clinical engineering and may support its development. It's the subject of Clinical Engineering Division IFMBE project, leading by Fabiola Martinez, Women in Clinical Engineering. This project is to show the women's contribution to clinical engineering. Clinical engineering is the area where women are much more represented compared to other engineering fields. This is an achievement that highlights the importance of women's contribution to clinical engineering. When considering the women's activities in clinical engineering, it is important to determine some issues by answering to the following questions. What is special about this profession? What is the issue of the topic of women in clinical engineering? What makes it possible for women to play a special role in this profession? And how this special role should develop in the future? Clinical engineering bridges technology with medicine and healthcare. It is special because it is the only one technical profession with activity in medical environment in collaboration with medical teams and patients. Clinical engineers are responsible for safety, use of medical devices, and healthcare quality, and therefore have an impact on the health of patients. Clinical engineering requires an interdisciplinary knowledge and skills, provides a deep understanding of both engineering principles and medical applications of medical devices. This profession requires personal predispositions such as ability to work with multidisciplinary team, a high level of responsibility, sensitivity, carefulness, empathy, and ethics. Women's outstanding aptitudes meet the above requirements and therefore are valuable and desirable in clinical engineering. First of all, it is deeper understanding of the human aspect of healthcare technology, paying attention to experiences and needs of users, including healthcare professionals and patients. Holistic thinking allows to see different aspects of a problem and fosters the development of integrated and effective solutions. High sense of empathy helps to reveal patient-centric approach to medical device and their applications. Communication skills facilitate interdisciplinary collaboration and healthcare professionals, patients, and engineers. Ability to create a positive work environment fosters a diversity of perspectives and effective collaboration. Multitasking skills facilitate to handle simultaneously various responsibilities and managing diverse challenges. What is important in this interdisciplinary profession? Adaptability to changes, openness to new ideas are useful in this dynamic profession. Paying strict attention to details contribute to enhancing and reliability of safety of medical technologies. What is the women's contribution to clinical engineering? The most significant contribution of women is the new perspective and some kind of new values that came with women to the field of clinical engineering and practice. The women's perspective takes into account the idea of helping others and the humanitarian aspect of this profession. Women bring to clinical engineering diversity, life experiences, personalized problem-solving approaches, and other abilities and skills mentioned above. Diverse teams often lead to more creative solutions and innovative ideas. The above contributions, together with women's creativity in any activities that are dedicated to help improving the quality of human life, enrich clinical engineering profession and help in making important achievements. What is the way to use these outstanding aptitudes to support clinical engineering development? The challenge is to find areas of activity where women's aptitudes will be particularly useful. It may be comprehensive analysis of the safety of medical devices, not only in the technical aspect, but also taking into account environmental factors, human factors, psychology. Holistic thinking is useful for this task. The role of the creative partner of the medical team in everyday practice, which involves participating in the application of medical equipment by bringing interdisciplinary knowledge and a holistic approach to performing patient examinations and interpreting results. Any rules that involve teaching, training, and mentoring, which engage women's communications abilities and strong sense of social responsibility. It may be also examining the functionality of medical devices, not only in technical aspect, but also considering the user's experience and patient point of view. Women's unique abilities may be valuable not only in those particular tasks, but also in a wide range of clinical engineering activities, empowering women's contribution and stimulating progress in this area. What about shaping the future? Thinking about the future, it would be worth changing the perspective of seeing women's participation in clinical engineering. Instead of viewing the context of women and men as competitors, it is important to consider it as an advantage and adopt a cooperative perspective. The way to increase the empowerment of women in clinical engineering lies not in the pursuit of equality, in obtaining the same achievements as men, but on contrary, in the use of individuality. The roles of women and men could complement each other. Women bring diversity to clinical engineering, which is a source of inspiration and innovation, simply progress. Conclusions. Women bring to clinical engineering new perspective, advancing a humanitarian aspect of this profession. Women's outstanding aptitudes are valuable and desirable in clinical engineering practice. Integration of diverse skills and perspectives should be a source of inspiration and innovation, making progress. To take advantage of women's abilities, the challenge is to find areas suitable for women's ability. The future is about maintaining gender balance and good cooperation. At the end, let me to make a personal comment. I presented opinions and put up theses. I would like to share my experiences to support those theses. When I began work as clinical engineer, I was the only one woman in the team. I decided not to compete, but to show my individuality. And it was not a long time where during discussion on a solution of a problem, my colleague said, when I presented my proposition of solution, "Oh yes, you are right. We didn't take into account this aspect of this problem, but we accept your point of view." And then I earned a respected position in this team, and later on in clinical engineering in Poland at all. So I'm convinced that collaboration and respect of individuality is the best way to progress and achievements in clinical engineering. Thank you very much for your attention.
The speech that I have the honor to have. I was talking about healthcare 5.0, and as you can see, all what Eva said fits perfectly to this new framework. So this is the opportunity. And the last comment that is very important, it is a matter of collaboration, not a matter of competition. So thank you, Eva. Okay, now we are going to present a paper from Uganda. Shalom Katusime, Elizabeth Nakuya, and Priscilla Keminhisha. Is the video or the presentation? Any of the authors are here? No? Okay. Well, the paper is Knowledge, Attitudes, and Challenges of Female Biomedical Engineers in IMX, a case study of Uganda. So let's see the presentations of our colleges. Okay, they belong to Eku Ray, Ernest Cook Ultrasound Research and Education Institute in Uganda. Okay, well, the team is conformed by 4 biomedical engineers led by Shalom. Next. Okay, let's see the description. They say women remain a minority in engineering. Gender disparity is on all pathways in engineering, with low rates of female students in STEM in Uganda and in all over the world, right? The cause is unconscious biases against women, and this is an important issue to deal with. Gender norms position girls as caretakers, which leads to gender inequality in how roles are distributed in the household level. And engineering is also a demanding career. There are low rates of retention in female engineers. Okay, see, let's move on. Okay, the project has the following goals and the following benefits. Collaborating against obstacles encountered by women towards the achievement of excellence, and the benefit will be the women in clinical and biomedical engineering. Next. Okay, let's see the results that they show. Okay, there's a study among women, among biomedical engineering women in Uganda, and this is the data they are collected. The age of the responders are mostly young, below 25 years. The years of experience are also low, less than 5 years. There is a young community of clinical engineers in Uganda. No? The qualifications are in the baccalaureate level with an important amount of the students, and in terms of employment, most of them are volunteers, so they don't receive a payment for their work. And there is a 26% that are unemployed. We have a workforce that is not it is not in job duties. So 53% of women volunteer in their fields of work. Many women spend time on unpaid labor. 83% of women have a working experience below 5 years. And this is explained by the fact that biomedical engineering is about 30 years old. It is a young career in Uganda, and the situation is intended to
So this is the headline. Tabassum Mariam and another poor guy, and I was the person who are involved working to enhance and improve the number and skilled women clinical engineers. So next slide. The team work group. This project was proposed in 2023 by number 1, Tabassum Mariam, Ria Shahak, Noreen, both are qualified biomedical engineer, MIST, as well as they are affiliated in our organization like NIMI-NTC, National Electromedical Equipment Maintenance Workshop and Training Center. Me, where is doing the job? The name under the regulatory of the Ministry of Health. So I am playing the roles, technical manager, maintenance and technical manager, training. And 2 days, we know the necessity. If we went to Bangladesh, okay, from anyhow point of view, say ultrasonogram, mammography, ICU ventilators, so ECG, that is superimposed to the human body, most of the females in our country and globally feel shame. They needs, crying needs to patient desire and relative desire. We need interface the equipment by women. It may be not for other countries, but in South Asian countries, this is the culture. As well as we see that all women is very much efficient rather than male engineers to survive any humanity, because my mother was good rather than my father, because he keep me fooding and nursing everything. So in this sense, we address here, women biomedical engineer is necessary to nursing the equipment, interface with the medical devices. And study report saying us, inform us that the outcome of the women medical engineer, biomedical engineer and male, both are different. The performance is yet is good rather than like me engineers, female engineers, male engineers and female engineers, I differentiate. I have employed some women engineers. I have seen that. They are sincere, dedicated, timely and mindful to address the problem like nurses. So nurses' novelties is that to contact the patient, handling patient like mother. So women engineer also think that machine is my child and I use the patient is my child, so I wish to feed the male cow milk with feeder. So they are very much riskful to cleaning, safety, everything. Example, my daughter, beloved Afrin Binte Anwar. He is the member connected with the CD contents. After completion his graduation, her graduation, he is motivated by genetic. He is supposed to selected the field biomedical. So now he is the good quality women engineers who is conducting ultrasonogram only for one field. So more than 50 hospitals they are calling, because female patient for pregnancy, uterus and everything bombing need female engineer. This is the necessity. And mentor co-author Major Mr. Ashrafuzzaman PhD, MIST is one of the leader university. Those are producing male and female engineering. So in our countries, near about 6 universities has been opened the biomedical engineering department. I work WHO and many agencies. I encourage them. 2015 we have started biomedical engineering undergraduate. So next slide. Okay. Description, biomedical engineers in Bangladesh. BME empowers female biomedical engineers in Bangladesh. It offers a platform collaboration, career growth, and addressing the healthcare challenges female engineers face: unconscious bias, sexual hostility, and limitation in authoritative roles affecting career growth. Biomedical engineering seeks to challenge those constraints, amplify the voice, recognize their values. If you see that, the gender distribution among the biomedical engineering students, if we see that the male 56%, more than 56%, and 43% like that. And biomedical by age groups in Bangladesh, if you see that data, annual enrollment of biomedical engineering students, the university's data of MIST, and including 6 universities, this data increasing the rate of the biomedical engineering student. If you see 2015, no biomedical engineer, 16 same so. When it is come to first batch admitted 2015, and then we give the result, fourth year bachelors, 15, 16, 17, 18, we give a results. That is a number of more than 100. Today, the total male and female, we can say 23, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. After the 8 years, our product from the university near about 450. It's good. Over the 7 years, we have conducted syllabus, curriculum, practical, as well as motivational. There, our own biomedical engineer, near about 500. And conventionally self-declared biomedical engineer, those who are electrical and mechanical or other fields, they are accomplished the biomedical engineering roles, although they have no good idea enough idea of the life cycle management, because clinical engineers and biomedics are different. Clinical engineers are related to the health technology management, but biomedical engineering roles the design and develop the product, but the scope of the field in Bangladesh not so enough. So that's why we need to convert all biomedical engineer boosting course. So 3 months or 4 months, 5 months, like Mr. Aminur Rahman, such as Alamin is there. They are conducting the course, enhancing the skill on the health technology management. So this data over the years. Now we are pleased. Let's go. Influence policy makers, industrial training, mentorship for self-worth, encourage innovation, influence policy maker, empower through the utility, cultivate a Fujifilm work culture, mental support, prepare for decision making. Sometimes university producing a biomedical engineer, they have no enough facilities to conduct the practical session, because health technology is not only the paper based. I think it is 50% for practical session, it needs 50% enrollment in the hospital. So that's why I lead the company and also negotiate, collaborated vendors, hospitals, and engineering university. So 6 engineering students, when complete the undergraduate training, they comes to my office for internship. And local vendors numbers, Fuji, Toshiba, Canon, Hitachi, Siemens, a reputed established company in our country, as also L&Rs. That I count and measure their interview. Then I see that they have paper-based idea, but how to handling the tools, how to calibrate the machine, because the culture of developed countries like Japan, America, but in Bangladesh is others. Because according to the rules and law, the university should have a separate hospital in campus and students do the research for primary level. What is our gaps? One qualified biomedical engineer is a good student, but when he needs to sustain the job in a hospital, it is very complex to adapt mind setup. Because after 4 years, he's thinking, I am the biomedical engineer, why I used to do the work with the passion, it is not my job. So we, over the years, we building this motivation, now are thinking, they are encouraging. In this year, internship, more than 26 female engineers adopted by public and private hospitals. It is our blessing. Thanks. And next, if I see from there, okay, problem. Next, disseminating bias. Nursing women engineers contribute with support like providing resources, mentorship, and professional growth opportunities and recognition. We need to motivate them. Problem is what? Example, some are thinking that, hi, female engineer cannot move here to their travel. So vendors is not always encouraged to employ the female engineers. And hospital, okay. So we need to broken this barrier that vendors appointed the female engineers as well as research, development, documentation, and training. They have a lot of scope. I asked to Siemens, I asked to Fuji, they are telling that our major job is only sell the equipments. But some technician, I think that you make a good platform for the biomedical engineers. You need technician. Technician is another thing, biomedical technician. They will repair, calibrate and something. But who will say this machine is safe? So need to measurement tools, safety tools, analyzer, ECG analyzer, cardiac defibrillator tester, and anesthesia gas analyzer, as also oxygen analyzer. Thanks. So this is our Boys Women's Work Network, encouraging female biomedical engineers to use the knowledge and abilities to develop new remedies for precise the health issues in Bangladesh healthcare industry. So our resistance is working in our brain. The healthcare stakeholders in Bangladesh, if you see the electrical engineering field are available, mechanical engineers no problem, roads communication engineer no problem, and civil no problem, but the barrier of the biomedical engineer, because they have not enough office, no recognition. Even in our country, cadre service, government agency always recruited some quota like civil, electrical, mechanical, but yet we do not able to make a platform in quota. Example, 100 engineers will employed, 20% is women. So we need to help from it. Okay? So we need to rationalize how many women's clinical produced by the university, male and female rationalities according to the gender. Next. Future beneficiary, female biomedical engineer, they will get the job, lead the life with sound. And second things, biomedical industries, because we examine that in the industrial sector in-house, the female engineers are mobile, hello, everything. He's busy with families. But women engineers, very conscious and very eagerness, very attentiveness in industry. When industrial pharmaceutical industries making the medicine, they are viewing the same. I make data, some industries. Female engineers not so attentive, but male engineers. But female engineers more attentive. Genetically in Bangladesh, more attentive. And educational institute, policy makers and government, whatsoever the goals, it will be most toward healthcare issue, that means patient. Whatsoever industrial product, what is the hospital product, the scope of the engineers, female biomedical engineers field is their industry. Those are producing pharmaceutical products. They are also analyzer, a lot of measurement equipments, as well as hospital in-house, documentation engineer, research engineer. So they are super field, but need to motivate it, the resistance, those are betting the healthcare regulatory system, because they are not giving the depth attention and awareness. So me alone, it is not possible, need the help from the IFMB on platform Zoom, or somebody is come to our Bangladesh to motivate them. So you can send a request letter to WHO or UNICEF, encourage to employ some biomedical engineer to collect the data. What is the health situation? If they employed 5 or 10 engineers, women engineers, they will move to hospital, what is happening to the patient, ultimately what is patient is getting from the service outcome of the medical equipment. It is my earnest request to you. As President, okay. Next, future benefits, empowered women engineers advancing in their careers, engage women engineers to develop innovative healthcare solutions and contribute to national healthcare system, highlighted recognition of the women engineers' contribution, decrease the gender bias in the field of biomedical engineer, create future leaders support to women clinical engineer. So I have conducted 2 or 3 papers in women clinical engineering. I make say more than 3 or 5, 10 seminars over the years in COVID situation, and you have seen many videos from us. The data is that we are mentally motivated, only the male engineers will work for the healthcare system. But a ratio in the healthcare system, if you see a ratio of the doctors, say 50% doctor, 45% female doctor. If you go to nurses, 90% nurses are female and 10% male. But you go to addressing the equipment, same ratio I recommended that more than 35% female women engineers and quota 65% for me. So it will be restricted and need a recommendation from the IFMB or WHO like that. Because our country, all lower middle income countries, are highly dependent on the regulatory agencies such as UNICEF, USAID, WHO, CD, IFMB. Because sometimes we think that whatsoever the partnership agency is saying, we take it as statement as Bible. We have no other sentence to say nothing. We are always motivated. If WHO says it's good, if Fabiola, the president, says the women is good, if USAID people, that's good. So now, eye is like close in Bangladesh. Need to open the eye, need to light. And then women clinical engineering, inshallah, established, and will get good service like I am children, engineer is mother. Okay, next. This is the statement submitting author, this lab. And I always conducted 6 universities, near about 20 universities as a reviewer, consultancy, Zoom platform class, and physically weekends day. I am getting a lot of, but I am like providing what is last conclusion. I wish to deliver to patients. A patient comes to the hospital, he is thirsty. What is he or she needs? Safety, timely, cost-effective, equity, and patient-concentrated. So male and female, although from the partners, I think 50-50. There is no domain. 50% female engineer, 50% male engineer, no problem, because work is same. But it was necessary to address the necessity of women clinical engineering. If you see the data, near about 200 women clinical engineers are moving here to there, but they are not searching the scope. So my humble request to Fabiola, encourage, give a session to us to motivate our mindset up. And we are in bias, motivated. So you need to break this circuit by feedback control. And if anybody questions, then I am happy to share this. Any questions?
We're going to leave the questions for the end of the session, but thank you so much. And I think it's very significant that a male college, called this and address this topic in such a way, you know, and the example of Bangladesh is very remarkable also. Well, everywhere have remarkable examples, but each one has its own personality. That is the point that I wanted to set. Okay, now it's turn to Colombia, to Margarita Maria Sarmiento Montoya and Karen Eliana Muñoz Salazar, and she's going to present an experience in the implementation of the medical technology model in a high complexity clinic in Cali, Colombia.
Gracias.
Okay, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to me be here in order to share the implementation, the experience in the implementation of the clinical engineering model for our hospital. I'm Karen Munoz. I'm biomedical engineering, and I have been working for at least 15 years in this file, and it's a pleasure. Next, please. Okay, let me introduce my wonderful team. They are who are in charge and working every day in order to get the better results for medical devices in our hospital. Next. Okay. Clinica in Banaco implemented in 2015 the clinical engineering model for the management of medical equipment through the life cycle, which is fundamental axis to guarantee patient safety in our hospital. But this model has a key point, which considers the difference between another hospital, because we have incorporated research and development in order to establish guidelines for the planning, evaluation, and management of medical devices according to the strategic objectives in our hospital. So the model also includes 6 steps. This management consists of 6 phases that relate to the life cycle of medical equipment. The first one, acquisition. We planning and develop the evaluation activities. The second one, incorporation. We check and review the technical and legal management requirement. The third one, commissioning. And we introduce a new medical equipment in the hospital, but develop the training program. Number 4, operation. In this phase, we work all activities for guarantee the safe use of medical equipment. Number 5, it's a key point too, because this year we introduced a specific assessment, risk management, in order to control the activities and evaluate the outcomes. And finally, number 6, the renewal or decommissioning of medical equipment. Okay. In the first one, acquisition, we use 4 tools to develop these activities. The first one is identify the necessities. In this one, we work with Ulrich methodology in order to identify clinical and technological necessities. After then, we developed assessment of health technology based on scientific evidence. For that reason, we have implemented Grade Pro. We propose a PICO answer with this methodology, and after then we can get the better results in order to evaluate the cost effectiveness of every medical technology that we have evaluated. In this tool, we can consider or examine the costs and the health outcomes for one or more intervention, because it's important to compare the different technologies in order to decide the better result. And finally, we use the device comparison chart from Emergent Secure Research to get some results like this one. In this picture, it's an example for the device comparison wide from emergency care research. This system includes many examples when you can compare different brands of the same medical equipment, and you could select according with your requirements, necessities for physicians, nurses, or a different staff, and decide what could be the better solution or the best medical device for your hospital. Besides, we have implemented this information, the top 10 health technology hazard from ECRI, in order to develop the work plan every year in our department of clinical engineering. When we have worked with the first phase, we need to compare all medical equipment that we have available in the market. So we use these 6 kind of criteria in order to evaluate the commercial requirements, commissioning, operating conditions, technical, risk management, and user conditions. In the second phase, we incorporate the medical equipment because we have a medical equipment selected previously. So in that phase, we create the medical equipment in our software, and we program and schedule all activities that this medical equipment needs during your use. For example, activities relating like maintenance, calibrations, inspections, and the leader of this phase is in charge of develop almost 2 audits from two audits in every service, in every clinical service, in order to identify issues or some troubles and report and incorporate that information in the inventory of medical equipment. This is the next step, a startup. It's an example of our last project that we developed in our hospital. The last one, please. It was an incorporation of a linear accelerator. If you could say it was a great project, not only for the cost, that all activities that it implies in our equipment, because we were responsible we spent more or less 40 months in order to introduce this new technology. And I think that maybe it will be the last that I will introduce in the hospital, because this kind of, unfortunately, this kind of projects aren't commonly in our country. The second phase is operation. In order to guarantee the reliability of medical equipment to deliver the healthcare service, we plan, manage, execute, and control and follow up all activities. So in that step, we define what is the kind of the maintenance strategy. If you need to contract with suppliers, or you can the possibility to develop those activities with our team, and the frequency of these activities. The management is regarding with the financial management, personnel management, and operation management. The execution of activities that you have previously arranged, and the follow-up through key performance indicators. In Colombia, nowadays, there are only 4 health hospitals with the accredited by the ONAC. ONAC is the Organismo Nacional de Acreditación en Colombia. And we started turning out to be the demanding and ambitious project. It was completed in 2021 with when we received the accreditation for mass and pressure magnitude. And this year we have the possibility to extend that accreditation to another magnitudes, temperature and relative humidity. So we nowadays don't contract this kind of services because we have a metrology laboratory accredited by the ONAC. In this fast risk management, I share the first day with us what is the experience in the implemented of international standard with that law 14971/2020 because we manage we have been working in order to control the risks associated with medical devices through identification, determination of controls, evaluate the cost and impact according to the budget. Risk monitoring is really important with the tracing exercise and audits, promote the risk reports and analyze and measurement with different strategies or tools that you can available in the network. And the last step is decommissioning. In this phase, we use another tool for everyone. We have a different strategy, and in this what we evaluate every year all medical equipment. So try to identify 5 causes of failure: irreparable failure, the cost of the repair, the renewal resort, the affordable metrological insurance result, and the research or recall. So with that results, we identify and plan the investment plan, the investment plan, alignment with the strategic platform because we promote safe medical technology stable for patient use. The next. Okay. The participation of women in clinical engineering leadership has been transformative in our hospital, in the management model of medical equipment in our hospital. So in 2022, we gained this award from Emergency Care Research, Technology Management around the world, highlights from Health Technology Excellence Awards applications with a project. I don't know the exactly name, but I will read. Implementation of an intelligent infusion system in a high complexity clinic. It was an important project that we was honored by the Emergency Care Research. It was a recognition among healthcare professionals and organizations worldwide. Those are goals of the project and final users that we will benefit. One such annual academic event is the International Clinical Engineering Symposium, which has been developed since 2019. Those are the speakers and attending inside hybrid event that we develop every year. And I will share the information. I will invite that you can scan this co-air in order to enroll in our next event that will be on the next one, on December this year. It's a hybrid and free event. Please enroll with us and join. We will be pleasure to attend this event. Thank you so much. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Very complete work you have presented, and I don't know if you noticed it, but in the presentation of Karen, there is a consistent element, the care, the detail, the attention to the details, and the correct use of tools in each one of the phases. Yes, it is a very significant characteristic of all female engineers. Of congratulations, Karen. Well, next abstract comes from Ethiopia. Salema with Asfaw Abe going to present uplifting the role of women in biomedical engineering. Do we have video? Video? Presentation? Okay. Okay, let's see the presentation. So, Selamawit Hashnaf Asfaw, founder and president of the BME. Let's see next. The Society of Ethiopian Women Biomedical Engineering Professionals. You see, everywhere are forming their groups of female biomedical clinical engineers. It's interesting, right? Okay, let's continue. Let's read the description. The main objectives of this group is uplifting of the role of women biomedical engineering professionals by creating advocacies and awareness in the usage of biomedical engineering field, preparing training and on-job hands-on training on maintenance, calibration, and installation of medical devices, organizing benchmarkings on the other country medical devices regulatory systems, promoting the highest medical device standards in education, and ensuring the rights and benefits of women medical engineers, technicians, and technologists. As you can see, we share the same objectives along the world, right? Next. Their goal is uplift the role of women in biomed technology with each division of their society. And the beneficiary is going to be for women, biomedical engineers, technicians, and technologists. Okay. They were working on building the capacity of women professionals, creating expertise in biomedical engineering by the female engineers, promoting the highest medical device standards in education, and ensuring rights and benefits of women, technicians, engineers, and technologists. Well, this is a short presentation, but as you can see, all the societies, all the groups from women are aiming the same, in general, the same results, uplifting, make presence, give a voice to the needs of our female engineers, and promoting by activities like our college from Bangladesh exposed, and having results like our college from Colombia are presenting. So I think one of the keywords, of the key points of these sessions on women in clinical engineering is to put on the table that the efforts are the same, and if we collaborate, we can even accelerate the results. No? I think this may be one of the conclusions of this session. And well, we have only one more work to present from Brazil. Tatiana Dantias and Alexandre Ferreira Souza will present Women in Clinical Engineering in Brazil. Is that a video? Okay, well, let's watch the video.
The participation of women recognized globally. This includes clinical engineering. To delve into the subject, a research study was conducted using an electronic questionnaire of practicing female clinical engineering. The results revealed that being a female professional in clinical engineering entails overcoming more obstacles compared to their male counterparts. Goals of the project and final users that will benefit. The objective of this study was to equate, describe, and comprehend the participation of women in the fields of technology and health, with a specific focus on clinical engineering. The study underscores the significance of addressing the topic of women in clinical engineering, as it is imperative to encourage the involvement of these professionals in the field, as well as to emphasize the importance of fostering discourse regarding greater female representation. Results: workplace harassment, work-life balance between career and motherhood, disparities in career opportunities and advancement, gender pay gap. Conclusion: the results of the study support the hypothesis that female-specific factors may lead to disadvantages in the professional careers within the field of clinical engineering.
Present here and were not presenting a paper, to share with us your thoughts after we have seen several examples of efforts to have a common floor to the professional field on biomedical engineering. I would like to start by Mariana. Please, can you share your thoughts, your ideas with everybody? Come on.
Okay. In Brazil, like the other countries, there are less women in the clinical engineering compared with the men, but is increasing the numbers. The ABECLIN is Association of Biomedical Clinical Engineering in Brazil. We have the Commission of the Women in Clinical Engineering. It's a good initiative for together and the practice. So yeah, I think it's this in the context of the woman in clinical engineering in the Brazil.
And I know Brazil is a country very complex in terms of the different profiles of clinical engineers. Now I see that you have different geographical regions that have different needs, and also the response of the female engineers has to meet all the needs, and not always is of the same way. ABECLIN is doing a good job by providing the floor, the spot to all the participants. But I can see that in the case of female engineers, is working very hard towards giving them more voice and more spaces to develop. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it's a big challenge because the Brazil is a big country. They have different cultures, different contexts. And so, for example, there are 7,000 hospitals, private and public, but nothing in all hospitals has clinical engineering. And in the different equipment in the hospital, for example, there are engineers, technicians, technologists, the different professionals, but the women need to increasing the numbers. But yes, it's a big challenge for the clinical engineering.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, now it's time for Mary Vidal from Peru. I'd like to hear you.
Okay, no problem. But I think that you can hear me, right? First of all, I want to. Okay, thank you, Fabiola. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the panelists. Congratulations, Karen, for your great presentation. It was really interesting what you did in Clinica in Banaco. And Fabiola mentioned it, you have very structured strategy for each stage of the life cycle management. It was really great. Since my point of view, in Peru, I am happy to say that we, as clinical engineers, we have evolved from doing basic activities to do more like management of healthcare technology. And in my current role as a regional manager of clinical engineering in Peru, Colombia, and Mexico for AUNA Group, I have promoted the access to more women to clinical engineering. For example, my leaders in Colombia mostly are women, in Peru also, and we are working in Mexico to have more women, because I think that the talented person doesn't have a gender, doesn't have a nationality, doesn't have a religion. Everyone can be capable, okay? And also as PIC, as Peruvian Association of Clinical Engineers, we are most like 25% women, but we are working very closely with academy, with you, Fabiola, in the WISE project, because we want to promote more access to women, not a women to show, hey, I am a big team, I cannot do it. No, we want to share success story as this one can we see here, because we think it's not a competition. We have to show other women that if we can make it possible, you can make it possible. Because as Robin Sharma says, if normal people can systematize some activities, you can make it work, and you can make extraordinary contributions to the world. Thank you, Fabiola.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. And I think the experience in this regard from ASPIC and the scope that integrate more women, not only in their country, but also support this initiative in other countries is very remarkable. So congratulations, Mary. And well, now I would like to share the mic to my dear, your name is, sorry, again? Anupama, but you have heard us, and I would really like to hear what you think of this we have shared today.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anupama Shankar Narayanan. I work for AMTZ. Basically, I think this is more of a psychological debate. I have a few aspects, aspects of this. We need to look at it from different points. The first and foremost is that older women who had been brought up in a traditional manner, they don't support women who are trying to get into the biomedical field. So they need to encourage women these days. And whoever has the confidence to go into the biomedical field, they are being hindered by women. That shouldn't happen. That is the first and foremost thing. Secondly, we need to develop the mindset that only men can do this, only men can do that. Few women have that mindset still, and it should not be there. And we need to educate women also, and we need to encourage women to change the mindset. Thirdly, we need more support from men. That is the most important thing. And as our friend from Bangladesh was saying, it is a mindset also. It needs to change. And overall, I think it's the problem of a mindset. Women are capable, women are competent, and they're confident. And if the mindset changes, I think it's very doable. That is my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talks. It's very, very true, and thanks for sharing. Well, we still have time, yeah. And, well, this thing of mindset, it must come from the early ages, no? As a family, as raised by most of us have traditional family, mom, dad, no? We are forming our mindset, and this can be even reshaped into the school. No? When we go to school, most of the experience that we have during the early years mark us forever. No? And till we go to a level where we can, if we want, we can make changes to get a better life. So in this regard, I will invite Mr. Ashrafuzzaman, thank you for being here, to share us your thoughts, because you have a very interesting experience with one of our common friends, Tashnuba. Mr. Hussein was so kindly to expose widely all the experience in the group. But in this particular case, I think you can share us this experience because it's very significant. And coming from you, it's even more. So please, Mr. Ashraf.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor and privilege that Fabiola just called me and give this floor to talk about the women in clinical engineering and especially our experiences in my country. So when we have started biomedical engineering at 2015, the first batch, I was the head of that biomedical engineering department. I'm sharing an interesting experience together with you. So their first seminar on what is the necessity of clinical or biomedical engineering in Bangladesh. So that was in the 25th February 2015. At that time, I have invited our Honorable Minister for Ministry of Science and Technology, Mr. E.F.S. Osman, Architect E.F.S. Osman. And in the very first day in the morning, one of our students was absent, that means not coming. So her mother called to me that she is a little bit sick, having fever. So actually we can't send them. So I requested her, if possible, if she is not that much sick, then I am inviting you together, please bring her in this seminar so that together with them, you also learn that what is the importance of biomedical engineering, because this is the new in Bangladesh, also in the many other places of the world. But finally, they could not come. And at that time also, I even didn't know that actually who is she, that means that student, who is she and what her parent was. At that time, I didn't know anything. So after just 2 or 3 months, on in a sudden, our another department head called me at emergency basis, please just come to my office right now. So I visited there, and I found there one of the renowned professor in our country, that is from the university, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, that is the ranked one in our country in the engineering educations. And he was the Professor Shamsul Haq, the legend in my country. Especially he has also established the Road Transport Institute, and in his sector he is legend. Everybody knows him, and he has many contributions in many big construction projects and our especially this development sector. So I didn't know at that time that he is the father of that daughter. So he just met me and he told, "Oh, young guy, you are that Mr. Ashraf. Actually, I wanted to meet with you, that who is this guy that together with the student inviting their parents and taking care of them and then just trying them to understand what's going on. So it's my pleasure to meet with you." And besides, he mentioned another thing, that as we are military organizations, and he has been working with our military since long time. Actually, he was the academic council member of our university, Bangladesh University of Professionals, and including our institute. I didn't know that actually at that time, and I didn't even know him by face, because I was in abroad for almost 8 years. But he praised me. And finally what happened, he taught me few lessons and advised me that as you are running this new department or new this subject, you have to face many difficulties. And you have to cope up with this, and then transformation will obviously come on, and one day you will be at good platform. And finally that daughter became the first in the class and then got the scholarship in University of Tennessee, and she has just finished her master's, and just 3 or 4 months back she came back and visited us, and especially to me, before coming to Bangladesh, she took my time, that what time you will be convenient at which date. Of course, I must meet with you. So why I am sharing this story, this is the first batch, and 80% of the students was female. Enrolled was 44, finally the 39 was graduated, and among them 32 were female. And till now in Bangladesh, including my institute, the other few government universities and private universities are running the biomedical engineering department, including some medical physics and biomedical engineering, medical physics and technology, something like this. But we have found that in this subject, till now, more than 72% are women, the graduated women. And I have already shared the data with you, and also Maureen the series. And I am also sharing the Maureen's story later on, just I will take few more minutes. So I have just developed some questionnaires that how they are facing in their related job field and the others for their higher educations. So all this data, after accumulation, I came to know, and I have the details data that in Bangladesh actually we have now graduated biomedical engineers 454. And amongst them, the 72% are female. And unfortunately, most of them are till now unemployed in the biomedical engineering field. Only 1 or 2 engage themselves in some private hospitals, but they could not survive for longer time. They has to resign and or quit, shift to other field. And most of them, they again tried hard. After completing the other requirements, the talents, they went to the other developed countries with scholarship, and other remain shifted to some other field, like banking or some admin, or some went for the MBAs and many other places. So after conducting this survey, I came to know even the recruiter said them, "You are a woman, what we will do here? You are a woman, so you cannot handle machine," or something like this, because their mindset is that the medical equipments are heavy. So clinical engineers, as a woman, they cannot handle it. And also they cannot work round the clock, 24/7, that is not possible. But they have a common psyche that a man can do. But after being here, and also in your places several times, like Brazil, Italy, as I learned from the Global Frankfurt, I found that that doesn't matter actually. And you know very well, and we all know that more than 25% are already now biomedical and clinical engineers are women in the globally. It's the highest number comparing to the other engineering fields, I think, in my opinion. So recruiter, if got this type of psychology or mindset, even the decision maker, the owner of a private state hospitals or the state-owned government hospitals, everywhere it is the same scenario in my country. Even not only this, when I wanted to send them for industrial training in industries, they tell me, please send the male students. Accommodate your female student to other places. So this is so unfortunate that we, the people who are the decision maker, we are in the company or in the industries or in the hospitals or the related healthcare facilities. We are the male, we have our daughter in our home, we have our relatives, we have our friends, but we are discriminating each and every places. But having all that capabilities, equalities, and everything. And I especially found in my department, till now the 5 batches are graduated. And among that, from these all 5 batches, women stood first. Not the any male student stood first. And from the first, from 1 to 10, within this one, maximum are women. And even the number who got the scholarship and went maximum to the US and Canada and Australia, my total 28 students from this 5 batch is already doing their PhD. And last is the Maureen, so just received her confirmation last week. And with the blessing of you and Almighty Allah and everybody's. So last example was that one, and she is going to the University of McGill, Canada. So unfortunately, we cannot accommodate them, we cannot evaluate them, we cannot respect them in terms of our professional context and in terms of their abilities, in terms of the services we can receive from them. We are unable to recognize them, to facilitate them for the healthcare sectors, for the nations, and even for the globally. So in this situation, I think that ICEHTMC and many other our global platforms, our friends and colleagues, I think we must come forward again, because as we have experienced from the COVID, that we can win. So now it is time that for clinical engineering also, we have to have many advocacy or motivations, or in some cases changing the rules and regulations, or in some cases maybe inclusion, and then accommodate them, engage them to get more service from them, use their talents, and let us all together for the betterment for all of us. Thank you so much. This is for me.
Thank you, Mr. Ashrafuzzaman. And we are going to conclude this session. And I would really like to thank you all. We are few, but we are enough to discuss the very important topic. And the invitation for tomorrow, we are continue working on this topic through a panel. And in this panel, what I want to do, and I want you to help me, is to think of next steps. Yeah, I will present you tomorrow what we have done this year in the WISE project. Yeah, and this is the first step, but and the objective was very clear. We wanted to know who we are. Right, the number one. Number two, we wanted to know what our experience are. So I have the collection of over 50 contributions of stories and case studies from our female colleagues around the world. But we must not stay in this stage. We have to move on. So the homework for us for tomorrow is to think what would be the next steps. What's next? What else can we do in order to increase the visibility of clinical engineers female, and mostly to be aware of what it means to be clinical engineer and also women. Thank you very much for being here. I invite you to go to the closing ceremony in a few minutes, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Good afternoon. We want to have a group photo, so please come over.